So we live on YouTube. If you hear me live on YouTube, let me just go and check out the comments quickly. Live, we 1 minute late. First time ever in the history. If you hear me live, drop a comment if you hear me. Drop a comment if you hear me. Share the live, we normally do it. Share the live. Ultimate revision live. You're 1 minute late. Yeah, we 1 minute late. First time ever, I apologize. I apologize. Loud and clear. All right, so we starting in 1 minute. Let me just share this link. We live. Drop your school in the meantime. We live. Yeah, we back. Let me just go live on TikTok for the folks on TikTok, and then we will begin. How long we going live for today? How long we going live for? Depends. Let's see how much we can Let's see how long we'll go. We're doing our ultimate revision as well. I can tell you, hello. We're covering a lot of things today. All right, we're covering a lot of things today. So we got people from BEI, Westminster. All right. So let me go live on TikTok as well. Bishops, Swami, nice. All right. So I think I live on both YouTube and TikTok. I don't know how to manage both, but let's go. So we're looking at, so I try to capture the years at the top of each question so that if you have the past papers, you can also, work along with them. So we are 213 on YouTube. So as you come and share the live, tell a neighbor, tell a friend, beating the math is at it again. Yeah, so let's see. So this live here will this is a practice live, meaning you should the people who normally watch me live, I told you to come prepare for the live. All right. You want to make sure that you do some sort of preparation. I'm not going while I will be going to detail, the amount of detail that I want to go into. Sorry, thought you said two. Nah, man. Anyways, let's go. So we starting off. So unlike the previous lives, when I start off with the simple things and I ease into the hard things, let's start off at the back of the paper with some transformation, with some matrix transformation, and then we'll ease into every part of the paper. All right. So TikTok, if you hear me loud and clear, drop a comment. TikTok, hear me loud and clear. All right, good. YouTube, there we go. So let's go. So let's start off. So this is May 20, 2009. So I selected the questions that are still relevant to the syllabus from the very old years. So this is a nice way to practice as well. Some of these things, CXC, I don't know, they may think that, hey, we didn't test this long. Let's drop it in 2026 people. So why I'm going here is because, we would have exhausted 2021 to 2025. So let's go back a bit now and see how well we are in the other areas. So I said a commission accounts class, commission. If the accounts class disturbing the maths, they got it. Anyway, so let's go. So TikTok, how we looking? So let's go. So the first thing is the value of the determinant m is equal to x 4, 3, x is 13. So, which is equal to 13. So calculate the value of x. So I'll work it right to the top here. Since this is the first one, this is the first one we're looking for in the afternoon. Let me ask the chat to see how you are shape it up. Somebody drop the values for x for me. Drop the values for x. I'm looking on YouTube and TikTok. Drop the values for x. So the exam is on the 12th, which is like approximately less than 10 days away, right? Less than 10 days. When I first started going live, we had about close to 100 days. Anybody drop in? Anybody drop the values as yet for x? Somebody said 5. So it says values, so we need more than one values, right? So the values of x. The determinant of this is 30. They want the values of x. All right, so I see x equal 11 and x equal 10. Now, man, I don't think so. Somebody said 4. All right, good. I see one x equal 5 and negative 5. That looks correct, right? So that looks correct. So we know the formula to find determinant is AD minus BC. So this is AD minus DC. This is the formula to find determinant. From the time you're talking about determinant, the formula is AD minus BC. So then we know this first value is A, second value B, third C, and D. So the formula is x times x. So this is x multiplied by x, subtract B times C, which is 4 times 3. So 4 times 3. And they told us that this is equal to, the determinant is 13. So when you work this out, you'll get a value of 13. So now, when we work this out, we'll get x times x will obviously give us x squared. And minus 4 times 3 will give us 12. And this is equal to 13. So we can rewrite this and put equal 13 in front here. We're accustomed to it looking like that. So we then solve for x. So we carry over this 12. It will become, this is minus, we take it over, we'll add. So we'll have x squared is equal to 13, 12 plus 13, which will give us 25. So you can say x squared is equal to 25. And then to solve for x, we take over the square to become the square root. So x is equal to the square root of 25. And the thing is, they said values for x. They didn't put that s by mistake. And if you find the square root of any number, it's the root will be positive and negative as well. So we know the square root of 25 is 5, but there's also another square root of 25 as well, which is negative 5. So we can say x is equal to positive and negative 5. So if you want, you can write this as x is equal to 5 and x is equal to negative 5 as well. And those are two values for 4 marks. All right, so I see we're looking good in YouTube. And we're looking good on TikTok as well. All right, so whenever you deal with determinant, AD minus BC, you work that out. All right, so that was a nice and easy way to get the blood flowing. So let me drop this at the bottom, and this will be A. So we got the next one here now. The transformation R is represented by the matrix -1, 0, 0, 1. The transformation S is represented by the matrix 0, 1, -1, 0. So this one says, write a single matrix in the form A, B, C, D to represent the combined transformation of S followed by R. So they want S followed by R. So whenever you have a matrix like that, S followed by R, you have to multiply the two matrices. And this kind of goes against, how this question looks. It's kind of funny. S followed by R, you would think it's, SR. However, S followed by R, you put the 1 here, the R first, and then the S. So this would be, instead of SR, it would be R times S. So when you multiply R by S, this will give us the combined matrix of S followed by R. So S followed by R, RS would be the matrix R, which is this. So this would be -1, 0, 0, 1, multiplied by the matrix S, which would give us to be 0, 1, -1, 0. When you multiply this, you'll get your answer for 2 marks. So you have to be good with multiplying matrices, all right? This is a nice and easy topic. You just gotta practice them. So we know to multiply matrix, it's row by column. So let's go to first row. So -1 multiplied by 0 plus 0 multiplied by -1. And then we go the other one, -1 again multiplied by the 1 plus the 0 multiplied by the 0. And then we go to the bottom piece now. 0 times the 0 plus 1 times negative. So this should be 0 times -1, eh? So this one, it should be -1, not 1. And then we go 0 times 0 plus 0 times -1. And then we go 0 times 1 plus 1 times 0. Wait, I feel as though I'm mixing up something. Let me start over. So -1 times 0, good. And 0 times -1, good. And then -1 times the 1, good. And then 0 times 0, good. And then we go to the bottom piece now. 0 times 0, good. And 1 times -1. All right, so that is where we went wrong. So this would be 1 times -1. And then we go 0 times the 1. And 1 times 0. So these numbers got to correspond. If these numbers don't correspond, then that means you did something wrong, eh? So you got to be careful here. So as much as how you know matrices, you still got to be careful because, you can easily slip up, eh? Can easily slip up by one wrong step. So you want to double check and make sure that is correct. Anyway, so let's continue. Let's work it out. So we have -1 times 0 is 0. 0 times 1 is 0. So this will give us 0. I work with this one here. We'll have -1 times 1 will be -1 plus 0 times 0, which is 0. So this will be -1. And then 0 times 0 is 0. 1 times -1 would be a -1 as well. And 0 times 1 is 0, plus 1 times 0 is 0, so this would be 0. So the combined matrix would be 0, -1, -1, 0. How are we looking? So remember this, for this live, I started off with the hard things, right? Because I know when we start off with the simple things and we go into the hard things, we might go deep down into the life and we might be tired, so we mightn't understand the hard things when we start off with the easy ones. So we going into the little more challenging stuff, and then we'll ease into the easy things. All right, so we do anything reverse today. So you gotta be good with matrices. If you're not good with matrices, then this question will be very hard, eh? If you don't know to multiply matrices, this will look very challenging. If you know to multiply matrices, this will be very easy. So if you're having trouble with this, write down on a paper, matrix multiplication, and after this video, go and, try to look for some videos and learn that concept. All right, good. So that was for 2 marks. Next one we want to do, calculate the image of the point 5, -2 under the combined transformation above. So the third one I'm answering now. So you want to calculate the image of this point 5, -2 after it undergoes this transformation here. So to simply get that, so 5, -2, it undergoes this transformation. So all we do, we multiply the transformation by the object and we'll get the image. So this will be 0, -1, -1, 0, multiplied by the object, which is 5, -2, but we'll write it in a 2 by 1 matrix form. So this will be 5, -2. And this will give us the answer. But if you're smart, right? If you're smart and you know what the matrix 0, -1, -1, 0 represents, you can get the answer. You know the answer that you're working towards. All right? So let me ask a question. This matrix represents a transformation. Can anybody tell me what transformation this matrix will represent? I'll big up that person and I'll big up that person who force get it. So the matrix 0, -1, -1, 0 represents a transformation. Somebody said identity, nah man. So we got reflection, nah man. No. Translation, no. Rotation, nah. Reflection, looking at both TikTok and YouTube. Inverse, nah man. Rotation, nah man. I see somebody is close. So it's actually a reflection, right? It's a reflection. It's a reflection. I don't know if I said no to reflection. That was a mistake. It's a reflection, but describe the reflection for me. All right, I see Leo John is very close. All right, let's work with them. We'll see what answer we get. So row by column. So this would be 0 times 5 plus -1 times -2. Let me go to water piece. -1 times 5 plus 0 times -2. And let's work. 0 times 5 is 0. -1 times -2 will give us a +2. 1 times -5 would give us a -5. And 0 times -2 will give us well, 0. So this will turn into the point 2, -5. So we had the point 5, -2. It turned into a +2 and a -5. So I think Leo John, that was the person that gave us the correct answer. So it's a reflection over the line y equal -x. All right. I think Leo John was the first person that sent that. So it's a reflection over that line. Anyways, they didn't ask that. I'm just seeing who knows, right? However, so this is the image after it undergoes the combined transformation. So all you had to do was multiply the transformation by the object and you get the image. All right. Transformation times the object and you get the image. How are we looking? How are we looking? Remember, if you don't know to multiply matrices, this here will look like magic. All right. So you need you need to think. Are we looking bad, sir? Are we looking YouTube? All right, so some people say we're looking good. Sorry, you lied to me. What did I lie? I don't lie to people. All right, so anyways, so let's carry on. So the next one, Jesus, we need you. Anyways, we can work some more. Let's see if you'll pick up. So the matrix N is 3, -1, 2, 5. Determine the inverse of the matrix N. Determine the inverse of the matrix N. So we find the inverse of N. Anybody want to tell me the formula for the inverse of N? So the formula to find the inverse of any matrix. Formula to find the inverse. This is one you gotta know, right? If matrices is a weak area, then 1 over ADC times the adjoint. Very good, balloon. Balloon that, very good. So it's 1 over the determinant multiplied by the adjoint. So you gotta find these two things separately, the adjoint and the determinant. So earlier we learned to find determinant. So I find the determinant right to the, let me draw a separation line. So I'll find the determinant first. So I know the formula to find determinant is AD times AD minus BC. So I know it would just be 3 times 5, subtract negative 1 times 2. So you want to put these things in brackets so that you can have some amount of separation. Eh? It looks easy. It's easier to work with when you put A times D in a bracket. You put the subtraction sign and then B times C. It looks easier. So when we work this out, we get 3 5s, 15 minus negative 1 times negative 1 times 2 will give us a negative 2. All right. So 15 minus a negative 2, this will turn into 15 plus 2, which will be 17. So somebody said 13. So careful. That is why, I would say put the subtraction sign and put the other piece in brackets so that it's easier. All right. It's easier. So here, Rama, why I'll do me a favor. Everybody that's looking at this live, right? Whether it be on TikTok or YouTube. If you're on YouTube, you know, I have 7 point something subscribers, right? Yeah, let's carry it to 10K, man. No, 10, I want to reach 10K before the end of this exam. Right? If you're on TikTok as well, I'm currently at what, 27 point something. Follow the channel, you know, especially if you're from Guyana. Anyway, so that's that, right? So this is the determinant. So next we got to find the adjoint. So the adjoint of the matrix, we know we switch these two. So this will be 5, 3, and then you switch the signs of these two. So this will be a positive 1 and a negative 2. So this will be the adjoint. So we have the adjoint, we have the determinant. Now it's just to combine these two to get the inverse. So the inverse, it's 1 over the determinant, which we found to be 17, multiplied by the adjoint, which we found to be 5, 1, negative 2, 3. So the answer here, the inverse, would therefore be 5 over 17. Just put everything over 17, nothing big and fancy. 5 over 17, 1 over 17, negative 2 over 17, and 3 over 17. The thing is, if I see this in CSEC, I would say that, wow, I did something wrong, right? But yeah, that's the answer. As long as you're careful with it, you're in the clear. Just gotta double check your answer. 5 over 17 and so on, that looks like mischief, eh? So that was that. That was the answer. How are you looking? Good. All right, let me just plug in this phone before it dies. Somebody should be looking great. I see Lal Chan and Samya in the chat. So Daniel and Yagan join ni just now, eh? Ako send yung link kay Yagan join. Right? So that was that answer, the inverse for 2 marks. The next thing they asked us to calculate the value of this hence. So they use the word hence. So here's the thing. They did not say use the matrix method to find for X and Y, right? They did not say that, but they use the word hence. So I'd want to think that they want you to use the matrix method. So I'll use the matrix method. I have other questions in which I'll use the other methods at the bottom, I think. So let's use the matrix method. So the simultaneous equation is 3x minus y is equal to 5, and 2x plus 5y is equal to 9. And we're asked to, solve this using the matrix method. So the first thing you want to do, you want to express this here as, in the form of a matrix. So all you do, you take the coefficients of all these numbers, 3, 2, this is a negative 1, and 5. You take all of those, 3, negative 1, 2, 5. You multiply it by the variables that I give you, which is x and y. So x, y, and then you equate it to the answers, which is 5, 9. And then that is the fourth step. All right, that's the fourth step. And then you carry over this here and you multiply it by that answer. So the thing is, when you take this over, this matrix here will turn into the inverse when it goes over. And the beauty about this question, we already found the inverse here, right? We already found the inverse, so we already did the hard work. So it's just for us to multiply this here by the 5 and 9. But a smart thing that I would tell my students, multiplying 5 over 17, 1 over 17, and all these fancy fractions by this here can be very tricky and it can be very, tedious and hard. So I would say, you stop at this step and then you multiply this here by this answer. And then at the end, you multiply whatever by 1 over 17. So I would say use this here. So this will be xy is equal to, so I'll say 1 over 17, 5, 1, negative 2, 3, multiplied by 5, 9. All right, because remember when I work out this, I'll end up with the inverse, but I just took it one step back so that it'll be easier. All right, so 1 over 17, I'll leave that for last. So we multiply row by column here, row by column. Once again, if you're not good with matrix, this will look very hard. So row by column, so this will be 5 times 5 plus 1 times 9. Then I go to the bottom piece, negative 2 times 5 plus 3 times 9. So this will be 1 over 70, multiply the answer. So 5 fives, 25, plus 1 times 9 is 9. Negative 2 times 5 would be negative 10, plus 3 nines, 27. We're looking as though we're getting a nice answer. If you don't get a nice answer, that means you did something wrong. Eh? So you get 1 over 17 multiplied by 25 plus 9. That would give us 34. So we're looking like we're going good. A negative 10 plus 27. I think that would give us a positive 17. So that's 1 over 17 times everything here. So we have a nice multiple of 17. A nice, yeah. So this will therefore be 34 over 17 at the top and 17 over 17 at the bottom. And this will simply be 34 divided by 17 is 2. 17 divided by 17 is 1. And we know xy is equal to this. So to answer the question, we can say therefore x is equal to 2 and y is equal to 1. We get nice whole numbers. So that means we're correct, eh? That should mean that we are correct. So add me. Why would I add you, man? I'm not sure who you are, but no. I'll add my students later on. Eh? I don't know who I add next and I'll add somebody and they come on and they abuse up everybody, you know. So I don't want to add you. No offense, right? No offense. So that was that answer. Anybody else got that answer? Are we looking? YouTube? Curtis Fraser, let's go. Nice. All right. So we just gotta take our time. Just gotta take our time, right? So if anybody was smart and you don't know to use the matrix method and you go and use I don't know, substitution or elimination, I don't think they can mark you down, because they didn't say use the matrix method, but they use the word hence. I don't know, but to be safe, use the matrix method. So that was that. So as you can see, we're looking at a lot of matrices, eh? So hopefully after all these matrices questions, you're good to go. You just gotta see your way to the end. So do you do any paper three? I don't know, when is paper three? Soon? And I did, yeah, but on YouTube and search for paper three, man. Looking at the big one, the 50%, which is paper two, eh? But you never know, I might come live and do a paper three. I don't know. Never know. So the next one, are we looking at some matrices again? So this is January 2010. If you have this paper, you can probably go and work it. TikTok, y'all seen everything clear? YouTube, well, I'm watching on YouTube, so everybody should be seeing clear. So we have 535 on YouTube. Nice, nice. Let me share the live to your group. Let your friend, yeah, come and learn a little maths. This is an ultimate live. You're looking at everything. So next one, L and M are two matrices where L is equal to 3, 2, 1, 4, N is equal to negative 1, 3, 0, 2. And for 3 marks, they want us to evaluate L minus N squared. So if you see anybody ask any question in the chat and you know the answer, drop the reply to them if I don't see it, right? All right, so That way you're helping them by also helping yourself by strengthening what you know. When you teach people, you're in the clear. You teach people, you understand it better. So if anybody asks any question, help them out and reply to them, especially if I don't see it. So this will be matrix L, which is 3. So let me write this a bit smaller. 3, 2, 1, 4. Subtract mn squared. So n squared would be, the matrix n, which is -1, 3, 0, 2, multiplied by the matrix n, which is the same thing, -1, 3, 0, 2. So we got to work this out for us, and then we take that answer, we subtract these two, find the difference between these two. So we'll work out this piece first of all. So I'll do this in the corner here. So I'll do -1, 3, 0, 2, multiplied by -1, 3, 0, 2. So if you don't know to multiply matrices, all of those matrices that we multiplied earlier, well, something is wrong, eh? So we do row by column again. All right, row by column, row by column. So we go first row, so -1 times -1 plus 3 times 0. And we go the end piece now, -1 times 3 plus 3 times 2. And we go the bottom one now. 0 times -1 plus 2 times 0. And 0 times 3 plus 2 times 2. So once again, you want to make sure that these numbers here are correct, are the same, not correct. If they should be the same. If they are not the same, you made a mistake somewhere, you want to double check your work. How long are we going for? Well, if you hear from the TikTok video that said we can go up until 6, we can go up until 4, we can, whenever we're done, whenever we feel satisfied, right? Whenever we feel satisfied or tired. So I hope you all had a healthy lunch. So we work this out. So -1 times -1 will be a +1. 3 times 0 is 0. So nothing to add there. -1 times 3 would be a -3. So -3 plus 3, 2, 6. So 3 plus 6, -3 plus 6 would give us a +3. And then we got 0 times 1 would be 0. 2 times 0 is 0. And then 0 times 3 is 0. 2 2s 4. So when we square the matrix, this is what we get. So hence, now we'll have 3, 1, 2, 4, subtract the matrix 1, 3, 0, 4. So when you're subtracting matrices and adding matrices, it's very easy. All you do is you add and you subtract the corresponding elements. So this will simply be 3 minus 1, which will be a 2. And then we'll have 2 minus 3, which will be a -1. And then we have 1 minus 0, which will be 1. And then we have 4 minus 4, which will be 0. So that will be the answer there for 3 marks, right? Square them for, subtract in the clear. We're cooked for this. All right. Now we look in chat. Now we look in TikTok. Thank you, Luna. I appreciate the comment. Luna, you make a smile now. Oh. Not. Now it's clicking. Well, we did that. We did 3 of these, right? So I hope it's clicking. Right? We did 3. So those of you that now join, we're looking at the challenging questions first, and then we're easing up into the easy ones. Right? We do it in reverse, because we don't want to reach at the end, the challenging ones, and our brain is tired. Let's do the challenging ones when the brain is fresh. All right, the next one, the matrix M is given as M is equal to X 12, 3X. Calculate the values of X again, for which M is singular. So when a matrix is singular, when a matrix is singular, you know, what does that mean? I think of it in life. When you're singular, when you say, anyways, let me not go down that road. So when a matrix is singular, what does that mean? Let me see. All right, so I see Timothy is with Timothy got it for us on YouTube. And I'll give it to Taija, got it for us on TikTok, right? So when a matrix is singular, the determinant is equal to 0. Right? The determinant is equal to 0 when a matrix is singular. Right? So that will help us to come up with the equation. So we can say the determinant, so they want us to calculate the value of x, because we have to come up with an equation to find for x. So because it's singular, that will help us come up with the equation. So the determinant of m is equal to AD minus BC. So we know the determinant is equal to 0 because the matrix is singular. So A would be x times D, which is x, minus B, which is 12 times 3. So this will be x times x is x squared, minus 3 times x, 12 times 3 is 36. And we can put the equal 0 at the end there, since and then to solve for this, some people would say, you solve this as difference of 2 square and then you work it out. Also, you can just take over the 36. So you'll have x squared is equal to, this is a minus 36. So when it goes, it'll become a positive 36. And then x will be equal to, take over the square, it will become the square root of 36. I know we find the square root of 36, as they said, calculate the values of x. The square root of 36 would be plus or minus 6. So hence we can say x is equal to positive 6 and x is equal to a negative 6. All right. Right. I see some people are already cooking it in the chat. Nice, nice. Yes, the matrix is single. When it's single, the determinant has no one. So the determinant is equal to 0. Right? Single, determinant 0. Single in life, no one. So if you want to remember it like that, you can. Single in life, no one. Single in a matrix, the determinant is 0. 0, no one. So that is that. So next way people would solve this, let me just do it quick. X squared minus 36 is equal to 0. Some people would go, this is a difference of 2 squared. So some people go x plus 6 and x minus 6 is equal to 0. Then some people just say x plus 6 is equal to 0, x minus 6 is equal to 0. So x is equal to negative 6 and x is equal to positive 6. Some people can go down that route as well, right? It doesn't matter. Which one you rather, this one or this one? Any you gotta know. Whichever one you want, right? So that is that. My side's too long. All right, good. Yeah, anybody near I know mostly Guyanese students will follow me. Anybody outside of Guyana on this live? Anybody outside of Guyana? Grenada, Trinidad, St. Martin, Jamaica, Barbados. All right. Trinidad. Yeah, rate my Trinidadian accent, right? Rate my Trinidadian accent out of 10. Right? All you doing, boy? All you doing, boy? All you want some doubles, boy? 7. 8.5. All right, I'll take that. I'll take that. A solid 3. Oh man, DJ is a hater. So you got St. Kitts, Barbie, Jamaica. Nice. All right, Mohammed. Thank you, Mohammed. Invincible is a hater. Do a Bayesian accent. I'll do a Bayesian accent after this question, right? I'll do a Bayesian accent after this question. Should be in Barbados soon, eh? I'll do a Bayesian accent after this. So a geometric transformation R maps the point 2, 1 onto negative 1, 2, given that R is equal to 0, P, Q, 1, determine the values of P and Q. All right, determine the values of P and Q. So geometric transformation maps this here onto this. So the thing is, if you're smart, let me see. So we got 2, 1 goes to negative 1, 2. Nah, can't work. Let's actually do the work. 3 marks. So it says the geometric transformation, which is 0, P, Q, and 0. It maps the point 2, 1. So we know we'll turn it into a 2 by 1 matrix. So 2, 1 onto negative 1, 2. So they want us to determine the values of P and Q. So to determine the values of P and Q, just do some simple matrix multiplication again. So if you don't understand matrix multiplication after all these things, trouble. So I actually forgot to put the year under this one. I think I forgot to put it under sum. So we're gonna wire with it on the screen. So we do row by column again. So this would be 0 times 2 plus P times 1. Then we go to the bottom one. Q times 2 plus 0 times 1. Remember, these things got to correspond. As long as they correspond, in the clear. And this will be equal to negative 1, 2. So 2 times 0 is 0. P times 1 is P. And Q times 2 would be 2Q. And 0 times 1 is 0. So this here is equal to negative 1, 2. So this is an equal matrix. When you have one side equal to the other side, you just equate the corresponding elements. So we can say P would be equal to a simple negative 1. And 2Q would be equal to a negative 2. So hence Q would be equal to, take over the 2, it would be negative 2 divided by 2. Q is equal to a solid negative 1. Yeah, if you know the year, drop the year, as I think I forgot. Hold on. Yeah. Hold on. So where I get this negative 2 from? Nah. Careful. So this is not a negative 2. Careful. Where did that negative 2 come from? At all. So this is a positive 1, right? So, bye. Let's see if anybody told me in the chat. All right, good. Yeah. Yeah. Don't worry, lonely report. Mistake. All right, careful. You see with matrix, you gotta be careful, eh? So anyways, we can say P is equal to negative 1 and Q is equal to a 1, eh? Careful with these things. All right. So that was that. So my iPad just, yeah, I lost. Well, come back with us. All right, last one. No, not the last one under this. So next one, T, the translation now. Translation T is equal to RS, and it maps the point 5, 3 onto 1, 2. Determine the values of R and S. So when it's a translation, it's different from the other kinds of transformation when you're dealing with these matrices. Right? When it's a translation, you just have the object, you add the translation to it, and you get the image. All right? This is different from the others when you multiply. So we can say the object, which is 5, 3, we can write it like 5, 3, plus the translation, which is RS, is equal to the image, which is 1, 1. So it's object plus the transformation is equal to the image. Object plus transformation equal image. So to find the values of R and S, this is adding. When we take it over, we'll subtract. So we'll have RS will be equal to 1, 1, subtract 5, 3. All right. So RS would be equal to 1 subtract 5 is a negative 4, and 1 subtract 3 is a negative 2. So you can say, therefore, R is equal to a -4 and S is equal to a -2. So I thought you said tomorrow. Today is Labor Day, right? Today is Labor Day. Gotta look at the video. I think the video said tomorrow we live, which was yesterday. Yes, if I said yesterday, tomorrow, that would be today, right? And I said Friday as well, right? All right, this is easy. Paper one is Breeze Trust. Good. All right, we beating the maths, right? We beating the maths. So next one, determine the coordinates of the image 8, 5 under the combined transformation R followed by T. So this one, it's one here you gotta be a bit careful. So here's the thing, right? Let me show you something, right? So we know R followed by T. Earlier, we learned that, to find this combined transformation, R, well, R followed by T, we said that is TR. But let's look at when we put down TR, what that will be. So T, where's T by? T is 4, yeah, bear with me, right? 4, 2. And R will be at the top here. R would be 0, -1, 1, 0, right? So that is R. So let me bring this on. Look at when we put this together, what happens? When we put this together, this here is a 2 by 1 matrix, and this is a 2 by 2. So what happens there? Tell me what's going on there with these two matrices. When we put them together. And then big up the poor, so tell me for us. What is going on there? You have a 2 by 1 and a 2 by 2. What is happening there? So Grove is telling me it can't multiply, it can't work, cannot work, right? Can't work, right? It can't work. So we can't do that, right? So we gotta do something else. This question was worth 4 marks in the year that it came. So we can't do it like how we normally do it. So we gotta be careful now. So what we gotta do, it says the image of determine the coordinates of the image of 8, 5 under the combined transformation. So firstly, we got the image, we got the object 8, 5. So 8, 5, and it undergoes the combined transformation of R followed by T. So we gotta do it separately. We do R first, and then we do T. So we know R, the transformation R is so we know firstly, we know R would be I think we found it to be 0, -1, 1, 0. So we gotta transform this matrix under the matrix R first. So this would be the matrix times the image, which is 8, 5. And that is the force transformation. So it's R followed by T. So let's find the image after it undergoes the transformation R. So it will be row by column. So this one here will be 0 times 8 plus -1 times 5. And then we go 1 times 8 plus 0 times 5. So under the transformation R, it would be 0 times 8 is 0. -1 times 5 would be a -5. 1 times 8 is 8. 0 times 5 is that. So this here is the image after it undergoes the transformation R. So this now has to be followed by another transformation, which is T. So we take this here now and we transform this under the matrix, under the transformation T. So we know T is a translation. So this will be simply -5, 8, plus the translation that we found earlier for T, which is this thing here, -4, 2. And then this will give us the image, the final image, which is -5 plus -4. This will be the same as -5 minus 4, which will be a -9. And 8 plus 2 will give us, hold on, this is -2, right? Sorry, this is a -2. So 8 plus negative 2. 8 plus negative 2. This will be the same as 8 minus 2, which will be a 6. So the image would be, after it undergoes transformation, the combined transformation will simply be -9, 6. So we have to do one first, then take that image, and then do the other one to get the combined transformation. Because earlier we saw that when we tried to do the combined transformation together, it couldn't work, right? Simply because it's not compatible. All right, so this one was worth a lot of marks. So we just got to be careful. Are we looking, chat? Are we looking? Are we looking? Are we looking? Are we looking YouTube and TikTok? Good. Nice. I promise you I'll be Asian accent, right? So I drink some water. See, I already be Asian, yeah, I already be Asian accent, right? Already be Asian accent out of 10, right? How are we looking with the maths chart? How are we looking? How are we looking with the CSEC? Yeah, I rated, rate. How are we looking out of 10? 2. Why be Asian? Tell me how we looking. Yeah, the rest of y'all hating. Thank you. Thank you, Mohammed. Let me see. Why is it 6.7? Anyways, so our percentage you say is a grade. What percentage you say is a grade one? So what percentage do I say is a grade one? So I came across a TikTok that was given the breakdown as to what is a grade one, what is a grade two, and what is a grade three. All right. I think it was from somebody from Jamaica. All right. Every year I went on the person page to see, what is the occupation of the person. Because whenever I want to check a source from anything that you see, I always check to see who the person is and what is their qualification or what is their background, anything that they want to talk about. So the person was the person wasn't in education, the person wasn't a teacher, it was just a random person. So I saw everybody panicking with the comment. I think the person said a grade 3 is 70%, and everybody was panicking. So I would tell y'all, check your source. Don't just anything as you see, don't take it as it is, right? A grade 3. I don't know what a grade 1 is, a grade 2 is, a grade 3 is, but I can tell you a grade 3 for mathematics especially is not 70%, right? It's definitely not that. 100% sure it's not that. So y'all don't worry what y'all see. Just do your best in the exam and let the CX do the best. Do the rest. Just aim to pass the exam. Aim to get above 50 and then you take it from there. Right? Aim to get above 50% and then take it from there and to get the grade that you want. But y'all don't worry what y'all see on TikTok, right? Definitely not that. That's what I can tell you. It's definitely not 70%. A grade 3 is definitely not 70%. Anyway, so we enter some functions now. So we easing off on the matrices. So let's look at some functions. Sorry, we live on, yeah, we live on YouTube. We live on YouTube and TikTok, right? Somebody said, I hope the curve is low. Yeah, I gotta decide how you're contributing to that curve. Will you make the curve go high? Or will you lower it down for everybody else? So that is why you just gotta go and do your best, right? Yeah. Anyways. So the functions f and g are defined as we have f of x is equal to 6x plus 8, and g of x is equal to x minus 2 all divided by 3. Somebody said my type of food. All right, Ronaldo. I loved functions when I was in school as well. Loved it. Zoom out a bit. All right. Good. So calculate G half, G of half. So we see G, let me say this, the 1. So they said G of x is equal to x minus 2 all divided by 3. And they want us to find G of a half. Some smart students would go and say, instead of G of half, I'll go and find g of 0.5, because 0.5 is the same as half, and that 0.5 would be easier to work with. Some smart students will do that, eh? But let's find g of half, since that's what they asked. So this will be, instead of x, we'll have half minus 2 all divided by 3. So I'll use my calculator, but I know half minus 2 would actually give me, this should give me a negative 1 and 1.5, which should be the same as a negative 3 over 2, all divided by 3. So without my calculator, I know I can set this down as negative 3 over 2 divided by 3. I know I can set this down as negative 3 over 2 multiplied by 1 over 3. And now this will cancel out, this will cancel out, so I have negative 1 over 2 without using my calculator, right? But you can use a calculator and you'll get, somebody said negative 0.5, that can work as well, right? Negative 0.5 as well. So g of a half is equal to negative a half. Can use a calculator. Some smart students would go and say 0.5 minus 2. I'm sure what some smart students would do. Instead of half, they would say 0.5 minus 2 all divided by 3. 0.5 minus 2 would be a negative 1.5 divided by 3. Negative 1.5 divided by 3 give us a negative 0.5. And they save all the headache with fractions, right? So yeah, decide which one you want to do. Doesn't matter really and truly. So next one, they want us to write an expression for g of f, gf of x, gf of x, gf of x. So gf of x. So this means you're taking the function f and you're putting it inside the function g. All right, so you're taking the function f and you put it inside of g. Where are we putting it? Wherever x is, you replace. Wherever x is in g, you're replacing or putting f of x. So gf of x would be, I write back the function g, which would be x minus 2. So instead of x, I'm putting the function f. So this would be 6x plus 8. And then I put back the minus 2, all divided by 3. So this will therefore be 6x. 8 minus 2 would be 6. So 6x plus 6 all divided by 3. So they want it in its simplest form. So in its simplest form, this is not this, right? So we got to divide everything by 3. So a smart thing to do would be to separate everything. So I have 6x over 3 plus 6 over 3. 3 1s, 3, 3 into 6, 2. 6 divided by 3 is 2. So this will be 2x plus 2. So gf of x is equal to 2x plus 2. All right, that's how some people already got it in the chat. Good. All right, so last one, inverse of the function. So let me work on let me bring this down a bit. Next, we want to find the inverse of the function. So I love inverse of functions, eh? So they want to find the inverse of f inverse of x. So we know to find the inverse of x. Let's write back the function f of x, which is f of x is equal to 6x plus 8. So we want to find the inverse of this function. So step 1, we replace f of x with y. So we have y is equal to 6x plus 8. Step 2, we interchange the x and the y. So wherever we have x, you put y. Wherever you have y, you put x. So x is equal to 6y plus 8. And then the last step, the big man step, we make y the subject. So to make y the subject, we take over the 8. So this will become x minus 8 is equal to 6y. And 6 is multiplying, so we take it over to divide. So we'll have x minus 8 all divided by y is equal to what am I saying? X minus 6 all divided by 6 is equal to y. So then we can switch this on and say y is equal to x minus 8 all divided by 6. So the last step now, we replace the y with the thing that we wanted to find, which is the f inverse of x. So f inverse of x is equal to x minus 8 all divided by 6. And that's the answer there for the inverse. Inverse of functions, they are very easy, eh? Very easy. Just got to remember the steps. All right, inverse of function, very easy, eh? So does CXC use A4 paper? I think the A4, yeah, I think it's A4 they use. Why? A strange question. Why do you want to know if they use A4 paper? You want to sneak in an A4 paper in the exam? Because I don't know. Wow, that's a strange question to ask, man. That's a strange question to ask. Anyways, so I think I have some functions later down as well, right? So that was functions. Let's look at the equation of the straight line. So or do a Jamaican accent next. Oh man, Jamaican accent is too easy to do. The whole world thinks the Caribbean speaks like the Jamaicans. That was too easy, but I give him a hard one. Anyway, so the next one, we're looking at some equation of the straight line questions. So is it compulsory to answer all the questions in paper two to get a grade one? Nah. I know people that answer eight questions, 7 questions, and they got a grade one. But that means they did really well in those 8. But the key thing to get a grade one is to answer as many questions as you can. Answer all, if possible. Until they get them correct, but I make an attempt to all the questions. The more attempts you make, the better your chance at in getting the grade that you want. Right? So do I do private class? Of course. I been doing it for years now, right? Anyway, so let's go. Determine the coordinates of A and B, 2 marks. If you lose these 2 marks here, if you lose them on, let's say that you don't know to get the coordinates of A and B, you're in some serious trouble. Serious trouble, right? So y'all tell me what's the coordinates of A and B, man. Be confident. Let me see how confident you are confident in A. What are the coordinates for A and B? To Chinese. Hello, y'all ain't coming for accent. Y'all come to learn maths, right? All right. All right, good. So we know A, the coordinates of A would simply be, we go 2 across. So A would be 2 across that, so -2. And then we go up 3. And then B will obviously be, we go 4 across and 6 up. All right, for B. All right, easy 2 marks there, right? So if you didn't get that, somebody sent me the work specific topic. Now we're doing everything. We're trying to do as many things as possible. So you gotta wait, right? You gotta wait. Right? You gotta wait, and we'll hopefully reach there. In trouble if you don't know together. In trouble, right? A, you go 2 across here, -2, 3. B, you go 4, 6. All right. So determine the gradient of AB. The gradient of AB, so I'll use M to represent the gradient of AB. So we can either use the formula, which is y2 minus y1 all divided by x2 minus x1. I'll work it like this, and then I'll work it the other way that you can as well, right? Just to give you some diversity. You know, in 2026, people like diversity and everything. So use some diversity in the math. So I can call this X, I can call this Y, I can call this X, I can call this Y. This is X1, Y1, X2, Y2. So I'll work that out. So the gradient will be Y2, which is 6, minus Y1, which is 3, all divided by X2, which is 4, minus X1, which is a negative 2. So the gradient will be 6 minus 3 is 3. Okay. And then 4 minus negative 2 will be, this will be 4, the 2 minus together, this will be plus, so 4 plus 2 would be 6. So the gradient will be 3 1s, 3, 3 into 6, 2. So the gradient will be 1 over 2. So that's how you can get that using the formula, right? 1 over 2. You want to break it down. That's how you can use that, getting that formula, the change in y over the change in x. So another easy way that you can get this, another easy thing that people use, especially when you're given graphs and you want to find the gradient. Let me write it on the thing. It's gradient is equal to rise over run. So what this thing says, you just select any 2 points on the line, any 2 nice points on the line, and you move from one point to the x. So for example, I can select this A, and then I can select this point right here as well. So this gradient is telling me, this formula is telling me I gotta, how many times do I rise and run to reach from this point to this point? So I say I rise up 1 time, so the rise will be 1. Then I jump across from where I stopped, 1, 2. So 1 over 2 will be the gradient as well. So we can do rise over run, or you can do the change in y over the change in x. Right? Anyone good to go? How we look in chat? Anyways, so that is that. So we got a gradient, and then hence, let me erase this now. Hence, they want us to determine the equation of the line that passes through A and B. So they basically want the equation of the straight line, right? And somebody drop, all right, somebody don't drop it. Anyways, let me ask still. What is it? What is the general form for the equation of the straight line? All right, DJ, like you went waiting for this thing, and DJ drop it on TikTok. Somebody already dropped the answer on YouTube. All right, beating the maths a little bit, lovely. So the equation of the straight line is y is equal to mx plus c. Some people got it as y equal mx plus b. Most books and CXE use y equal mx plus c. So c would be, somebody tell me what c is. Drop what c is for me quick. Well, not the answer. Well, I know the answer what c is, right? But on any equation, what does C represent? I don't want, I mean, you'll get the answer, obviously. So, yeah, C represents the y-intercept, the part of the line that crosses the y-axis. So, the important things that you want when you're finding the equation of a straight line is just M, which is the gradient, and C, which is the y-intercept. Those are the 2 things you need. So, you already know M is 1 over 2, and we know the y-intercept is simply, if you look at this line, it crosses the y-intercept as 4. So C would be equal to 4. So the equation of this straight line would be y is equal to the gradient, which is half x plus 4 for 2 marks. Right? 2 marks, easy giveaway marks. 2 giveaway marks. Right? 2 giveaway marks. And that's the thing about CSEC. The answer at the top kind of helps you, or will guide you towards the next thing that you got to do. Most times you got to use the answer at the top to get the answer at the bottom. That's why you got to be careful. So we hit the 1 hour mark. 1 hour, 7 minutes. Who on since the beginning? Anybody on since the beginning? from since 1 o'clock. All right, Mohammed, I know Mohammed is a diplomat. Diplomat is always here as well, Mohammed. All right, good, good. Nice. YouTube, I want since YouTube got a delay. All right, yeah, so I see now. Sorry, what year? To be honest, I put the year at the top. If I don't put the year at the top, that means it slipped me to put it when I was editing. So I think it's May 2011. I'm not sure. I think so. All right. So we staying up until the end. Right? At the end, you know, I'll take some let's see who will make it to the end. I don't know how long we going. All right. Nice moment. So I got another similar question. So if you didn't understand that one and you learned it then, let's see if you can practice it this one to get this answer here. And I think these two years were consecutive years, or this was January 2009, and this here was May 2011. So very similar thing they ask, very, very similar. That's why it's important to practice past papers, eh? I make my picture a bit smaller. All right, good. On TikTok. So the first thing I want to calculate, state the coordinates of P and Q. Same thing that they asked us. So just that this is P and Q. So P and Q. Let me ask the chat again. What is P and Q? Somebody tell me quick. All right, but so P and Q. So 0, 3. So P is 0 across, 3 up. And Q would be -2 across, 0 up. So the coordinates of P and Q would be that for nice and easy. 2 marks, eh? 2 marks, boy. How big would your smile be if CXC drop this on you? Next one, they want the gradient. So the gradient of the line segment PQ. So I'll work the gradient right here. So we learned about rise over run. So I'll use rise over run, right? So PQ. So I'll select these two same points, rise over run. Remember, you can use the formula to write, but I want to be a bit quick. So how many times do you rise up to reach in line with P? So we see rise up 1, 2, 3 times. So this will be 3, and then we run across 1, 2 times. So 3 over 2 is the gradient for 2 marks. You get 2 marks in under 10 seconds. It's positive, right? Positive, positive. As long as you rise up and you go towards the positive side, which is this side, when you're going towards that side, is positive, right? Because those sides where the positive numbers are. Hope I'm pointing the right side. Let me see on YouTube. Let's see if I'm pointing the right side on YouTube. Taking long to point. No, I'm pointing the wrong side. So I'm pointing the wrong side, right? Well, y'all know what I mean, right? The direction of the arrow. Direction of the arrow. So I'm guessing the image is inverted. So the side that I'm pointing is not the side that I'm talking about. Right? So somebody's saying it's negative. Somebody's saying it's negative. Let's work it the other way. Probably I made a mistake. Let's see. All right? But I don't think so, man. I don't think it's negative. So let's see. Let's use the formula. So the gradient is the change in y2 minus y1 over x2 minus x1. This is x, this is y, this is x, this is y, x1, y1, x2, y2. So let's go. Y2 would be 0, subtract y1, which is a -3. Sorry, which is 3, not a -3. X2 would be a -2, subtract x1, which is 0. This would be 0 minus 3 is a -3. -2 minus 0 is a -2. So the two negatives will cancel out and I get 3 over 2. So it's 3 over 2, right? Right, so careful, careful, folks. Careful, 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 right? Careful, careful. So that is the gradient. The next thing I want, the equation of the line segment, predictable. So predictable. So we know the equation, the general form for the equation of the straight line. It's So let me work this at the bottom up. It's y equal that's an email. So it's y equal mx plus c. So important things we need will be the gradient and the y-intercept. So when we look at the line, we see the y-intercept here is simply 3. So c is 3. So we found m to be 3 over 2. So this will be y is equal to 3 over 2x plus c, which is 3. So that is the answer there, right? How do you know to label y2 minus y2 and y1? It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter, right? It doesn't matter. For this here, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter which one is x1, y1. As long as you can put this one could have been x2, but this has to be y2 as well. It doesn't matter the order, right? This one at the bottom here could have been x1, but just that this here had to have been x1 as y1 as well. All right, so the two numbers gotta correspond. It doesn't matter which one is which one, no. It doesn't matter the order, which one you put first. All right. Anyways, that was a nice question, right? So that is the equation of that line. Next, they told us that the line negative 8t lies on the line segment PQ. Determine the value of t. So we know this is a coordinate. So we know this will be x and this will be y. So they want us to find the value of t. Now t is y. T is the y value in the equation. So we found it to be y equal 3 over 2x plus 3. So we know y would be t. So t would be equal to 3 over 2 times x, which we found to be negative 8 plus 3. So we work this out, we'll get a value of t. So 2 ones, 2, 2 into negative 8 is negative 4. So 3 times negative 4 would be a negative 12 plus 3. T would be equal to negative 12 plus 3 would be a negative 9. So T is equal to negative 9. All right, good. So all I did, they want you to find the value of T. So T is just a coordinate. T is X and Y. So basically asking you to find for Y. So all you have to do was, just replace Y with T. You replace X with 8, negative 8. And you work it out. You punch this in your calculator and get the answer, right? T is equal to negative 9. Send it. Are we looking at chat? Send it to them. Good. So let's carry on. Somebody asked for circle theorem. Well, we got some circle theorem. Somebody was spamming the chat with circle theorem, 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 circle theorem. Right? We got circle theorem now. So circle theorem. Circle theorem would often come, right? 1 year is harder than miss out circle theorem. Finally, this topic. This is paying. The circle theorem is nice, eh? So let me give you some tips on circle theorem. Let me give you some tips on circle theorem. So let me see if I can remember what I said in this video. So in circle theorem, these are some tips. So tip 1, don't try to cram the theorems. Don't try to cram and memorize them word for word. You remember the key things in the theorem. It's like cut in half quick. I was extended. Yeah, so don't try to cram them word for word. Not cram. Why was I use the word cram? So remember the key things in theorem. For example, the first one, the angle in the center is twice the angle in the circumference, twice the angle at the circumference. Angles in the same segment are equal. The angle in the semicircle is 90 degrees. Cyclic quadrilateral are supplementary. Try to remember the key things in, like, for example, cyclic quadrilateral, supplementary. And then you got the theorems that deal with tangents. Try to remember it like that. All right. Don't try to cram them at all. Next tip, always look for triangles in the diagram. Triangles and straight angles. Always look for those. Always try to form triangles. Always try to form triangles and quadrilaterals, because we know when we add up the sum of the angles in a triangle, it's 180. When you add up the sum of angles in a quadrilateral, it's 360. And we know straight angles would be equal to 180. And next thing, always be on the it was in my head, but let me say the other one. Always look for a cyclic quadrilateral. From the time you have a cyclic quadrilateral, know that you will have to use that theorem. All right. I know a cyclic quadrilateral, all the edges touch the circumference. So is that. There was a key one I was about to say. It slipped me. Always be on the lookout for isosceles triangle. All right, from the time you have a triangle being formed with two radii, know that that is an isosceles triangle. All right. So I slow down. So I actually have a video of this on TikTok, right? So you can go on my TikTok after this here and find those tips. Right? I literally the same thing that I said there, same thing I said in the video. Right? So look for the circle theorem one and download it and look at it if you want. So let's go. The diagram below not drawn to scale. So they said not drawn to scale because they don't want you to use your protractor and measure the angle, right? Shows a circle with center O. EA and EB are tangents to the circle. Angle ABE is 48 degrees. So they just give us one angle here and they want us to find all of these angles. Right? CXC trying to put us in it. What year is this? Did I put the year at the top? Nah, honestly, I didn't put the year, but it's one of the late years. Sorry. Apologies. We can wire it from here. I think I put the years in the other though. Yeah, I got the years in the other. So let's go. They want us to find angle OAE. OAE would be this angle here. So we know when we talk about angles, we're talking about the one in the middle, and the two ones at the end, they just guide you from where you start off at O, go to A, and then E. So we talk about angle OAE. So OAE, I think some people don't drop it already. OAE is somebody we started yet, right? So OAE is, as many persons are saying in the chat, it's 90 degrees. All right, 90 degrees. OAE is 90 degrees. And we got to put a reason. So the reason would be, so we see we have a tangent and we have a radius. So the theorem says the angle formed between the tangent and the radius is 90 degrees at the point of tangency. All right, so we can put that in your own words. In your own words. No need to put exact word for word. They won't be marking paper and be like, oh, you forget this word, a gouty. Let me take out some marks on me. No, look for the keywords, right? So we can say the angle formed between a tangent and a radius is 90 degrees at the point of tangency. So that's the first one. 90 degrees. So let me write in this. 90 degrees. So 90 degrees. Next one I want us to find is OI. angle AOB. AOB, which is this angle here. Let me see. Somebody drop it. AOB, what is that? All right, see some people drop the work in already. AOE. Let me see. All right, some people don't. Some people say 120, 132. Somebody said 60. Nah, man, that didn't look like 60, man. Oh, I know it's not 60. They look like 60. 60 got to be an acute angle, right? So I know that can't be 60. But it's 132, 132. So I'm assuming 132 is correct. Everybody's saying that, right? 132. All right. And a next tip. A next tip as well. All right. Since I'm here. While they said it's not drawn to scale, the angle that you want to put, it should look like the angle. For example, CXC would never give you an angle like this and tell you this angle here is, 130 degrees. We know that if an angle like this has to be somewhere around, it's an acute, so it got to be less than 90. So this could be probably like, 50 or something. And they will never give you an angle like this and tell you this angle here is, 30 degrees. They would never do that. It has to look like the thing that we want, right? So that is the next tip as well, if you didn't realize that. So we know here now, so to find the area, we have, as I said, one of the tip, look for quadrilaterals. So we have a quadrilateral being formed here. Regardless of the quadrilateral, when you add up all of the angles, the sum of all the angles is 360 degrees. So AOB would be, so we know if here is 90, this piece will also be 90 since the same theorem will apply. So to find AOB, it would be 360 subtract 90 plus 48 plus 90. And when we work this out, we'll get a value of, punch it in my beautiful calculator, 360 minus 90. Get the value of, as everybody said, 132. All right. And our reason would be, the sum of angles in a quadrilateral is 360 degrees. All right. 360 degrees. All right, some people don't move on to the next one. I like how we cooking beating up the circle theorem, man. Love to see it. Love to see it. YouTube people done beating it up already. So next one they want us to find is angle. It's angle ACB. ACB. So let me erase all these things. Then put in the 132. So ACB would be this angle here. And this is a favorite. This is a fun favorite. This one is a fun favorite. All right. All right, hold on. Somebody just tell me that they hear me. I'm not sure what happened just now. Yeah, still hear me? Loud and clear. YouTube and TikTok, loud and clear. Something pop up. All right, good. Let's see YouTube. YouTube loud and clear. All right, good. So let's roll. So ACB, we know we got an angle at the center. AOB is at the center and AOB is 132. And we want to find the one at the circumference, which is ACB, the two same in letters again. So we know the angle at the center is twice the angle at the circumference. So ACB will just be 132 divided by 2. I think that will give us 66. All right, so here would be 66 degrees. So this would be 66 degrees, and a reason would be the angle at the center is twice the angle at the circumference. All right, the angle at the center is twice the angle at the circumference. So 66. Somebody said this will cook them. Oh, I want to share a secret to you. When I was your age, preparing to sit CSEC exams, I used to struggle with circle theorem. And my students already know where the story is going if they're looking at this, right? And I used to practice a lot of circle theorems. And the first time I got the entire circle theorem question right, the first time I ever got it right was in the exam room, right? That was the first time they always used to be a question that used to, had give me some serious licks. But in the exam room, it all came together, right? So you have hope, is all I'll say. You have hope. So ADB would be this angle here. So once again, as I said in the one in the tip, look for cyclic quadrilaterals. Cyclic quadrilaterals. So ADB, if here is 66, the angle opposite that would be, so let me write it down. The angle opposite that would be 180 minus 66, since it's in a cyclic quadrilateral, the opposite angles are supplementary, meaning the opposite angles add up to 180 degrees. So it's 180 minus 66. So 180 minus 66, I think that would give us 114 degrees. All right, so this is 114, and our reason would be opposite angles in a cyclic quadrilateral are supplementary. Opposite angles in a cyclic quadrilateral are supplementary. Are we looking out to the 4? 4, the 4. Are we looking TikTok? I see most persons send the answer. Lovely, love to see it. All right, so that was the circle theorem. 114. Any of my students on this live? I mean, I know Mohammed is here. Anybody else? Any one of my students? I know some of them said they got lesson. Did the lesson disturbing the maths? All right, I've seen a couple of them. Seen a couple of them on me. But yeah, I gotta if you name fancy, I won't be able to thing, right? If you got a fancy name, I won't be able to say me. But you can say me sir and your name is a star. Now how am I supposed to know who is that man? Me and your name is a pin. Okay. Me and your name is some Chinese writing. Okay, Sichuan. Anyways, let's move on. Let's look at another one. Right? So this one here is January 2011. So yeah, look at it, let it marinate a bit. So the diagram below not drawn to scale shows a circle center OSGH is a tangent to the circle FOG is equal to 118. DGS is equal to 65. So given reasons for your answer, you want us to calculate for each step, right? You want us to calculate OGF. OGF. OG, where's G? OGF is this little angle between here. What is OGF? Drop it for me. All right. Potato is beating the maths there. Good. All right. So as I told y'all, always be on the lookout for isosceles triangle, right? From the time you see a triangle is formed from two radii, it's an isosceles triangle being formed there, right? So this is a radii, this is a radii, so it's an isosceles. So, the two angles will be equal. So, OGF would be 180 minus 118. 180 minus 118. This will give us 62. And then this 62 got to be the spores to the two angles. So this will be 62 divided by 2, which will give us 31. So OGF is 31 degrees. So OGF is equal to 31. Let me put our work in. And this is our work in. And you got to give reasons. So a reason would be, or reason, let me try this long here. A reason would be triangle OGF is an isosceles triangle. ISOSEC, what? Isosceles triangle. All right. I'm sure this isosceles spelled wrong, right? But CXO market don't spell it wrong. All right, since I've been going to school, the word isosceles have been giving me some serious licks. So y'all don't blame me, right? Hopefully one day. Yeah, it's an isosceles triangle. And the next one, DEF. So if we give working, do we have to give a reason? So the thing is, I think your working might be a reason, but still put something, still write something, right? So DEF would be here. So once again, as I told you in the tip, always be on the lookout for a cyclic quadrilateral. So here's the one. So DEF is opposite this whole angle here. So what we can do, we can find for this angle, and then that will help us to find for DEF. So we know this here is 90 degrees since it's between a tangent and a radius. So this little angle here would be, the working to find this little angle would be 90 minus 65, which will give us 25. So this little angle here is 25. So we know this entire thing would be 25 plus 31, which will give us 56. So if the entire thing is 56, the angle opposite that would be 180 minus 56, which will give us 124. So DEF is 124, and our reason would be opposite angles in a cyclic quadrilateral are supplementary. All right. That was that. All right, so we still cooking on YouTube. I don't like cooking, man. We still beating the maths on YouTube. We still beating the maths on YouTube. We still beating the maths on TikTok. Basic. 。   。  Somebody said basic. So why did you subtract from 180? Because the opposite angles are supplementary, meaning when you add up this angle, the two angles in red, you should get 180. So if this piece is 56, the side opposite that would be 180 minus 56. All right. Uh, why said no? So why said Sir, would you be willing to generously donate a portion of your mathematical intelligence to me because mine has officially stopped functioning and sharing is scared. So that is exactly what I'm doing, right? I'm giving, I'm pouring out to everybody on YouTube and TikTok, right? So that's what I'm doing. So I want to race you after CSEC when I beat the maths. Deal, deal, deal. But just know I'm one of the fastest educator in Guyana, right? So deal, right? Deal. Anyways, so that's it for circle theorem. Let's look at some bearings. Now, we all love a bearings. We all love bearings. Right? If you love bearings, let me see. If you love bearings, somebody said I should have focused more in class. I'll tell me if you love bearings. No, no, no. This is headache. Somebody said who's we? Not bearings, oh Lord. All right. Somebody said yes. Good. At least one person loves bearings. So here's the thing. Let me just tell you, whenever you're dealing with bearings, the important thing that you want to be on the lookout for, um, for example, if I want to say the bearing of A from B is, let me say 60 degrees. If I want to draw this as a diagram or insert this on a diagram, the bearing, right? If I want to insert this on a diagram, the important word that I want to look out for is the word from. So from is the big man in bearings. So the bearing of A from B. So from is where you draw up something that we call a north line. That is the first thing you want to draw. So I'll put a point and I'll call it B and I draw up a north line at B. Because for bearings, you always start measuring from the north line and you go clockwise. So to represent this statement, the bearing of A from B is 60 degrees. I open up 60 degrees clockwise and I measure. And this will take me to a line, and this line will be where A is. And that is how I represent that, the bearing of A from B. From is where you start measuring the bearing. It should be 0.60, right? Just in case it might say, sorry, gotta be 3 digits. Yeah. So that's the important thing. So let's head into this question now. I give you a little crash there with bearings. So this one says, I got a few questions on bearings, right? So hopefully after these questions, you'll be in a better position that you are where you are now, eh? At YouTube and TikTok. Lord, I hate graphs. I gotta use GPS anyways. So the question says J, K, L are three seaports. A ship began its journey at J, and then it sailed to K, and then to L, and then returned to J. So the bearing of K from J, imported word from. So let me underline the word from. From J is 0.54 degrees. L is due east of K, and JK and KL is equal to 60 km. All right, I'm laughing because of, if somebody doesn't they never did bearings, they would be saying JK and KL and K from L, and they would be thinking that this is magic, eh? So, so yeah, Give it some let's go. Let's see it through though. Let's see it through to the end. Right? Let's see it through. So draw a clearly labeled diagram to represent the above information shown on the diagram. They want to show the north, south direction, the bearing, and the distances. So let's do it piece by piece. So the thing starts its journey at G. All right, so I can draw a point. Let me use another color. Let me use a black. So we can draw a point and we can call this point G, right? And the first thing it told us the bearing of K from J is 0.54. So from J, we draw up a north line. Draw up this north line and we go 54 degrees. Average 54, so 54 should be somewhere around there. And we draw a line. So we put in 0.54. And this will take us to the bearing of K from J. So this will take us to K. And then they said L is due east of K. So L is due east. So if this is north, the side here is north, east, southwest, southwest. So if L is due east of K, we just got to draw a line straight across here to give us L. And then we put in the thing. They said JK is 122, so this would be 122 km. And KL is 60 km, so 60 km. And that is our diagram. That is how we draw our diagram, right? That is how we draw our diagram there, piece by piece. That's all you're doing. You take it piece by piece. Can you carry compass in the exam? Yeah, you can carry compass. You can carry a geometry set, right? Because you'll have to probably construct and so on if that comes. But it doesn't need to be exact, right? It doesn't need to be exact. It just has to look like it. Anyway, so that is our diagram. Now let me take back my blue marker. So that was our 3 marks there. Let's go. They want us to calculate the measure of angle JKL. JKL. So let me just draw in this line here. Let me just draw in this line here in blue. So JKL would be this angle here. So they want us to find that angle. They want us to find that angle. So we got the side here. We got the side here. How are we finding that angle? Drop me JKL for me. Look at the diagram. JKL. How can we find JKL? So we don't have to use anything as yet. So let me just put in a K here. So here's the thing. JKL will be this piece here. So I know this piece here would be, I have a north line here and I have a north line here. So that means when I add up these two here, I should get 180 degrees, right? Because of this is north, this is north. These two angles will give me 180 degrees. So this piece here would be 180 minus 54, which will give me 126. So this piece here is 126. So if that piece is 126, let me zoom up a little. And I know this here, this line L is due east. So I know this is a 90 degrees because it's due east. When you have north, east, south, and so on, this angle here is 90 degrees. So here is 90 degrees as well. So if that is 126, that is 90. I know the angle that I want to find, which is JKL. JKL would be, when you go all the way around, it will be 360 minus 126 plus the 90. This gives me 360. 144 degrees. So 144 degrees. Kumisha wanna know what she missed out. Kumisha, depends on when you left, right? We did circle theorem and so on and so forth. A lot of matrices. So that is that, right? So once again, for bearings here, we use the whole concept of, when you go all the way around, it will be 360. And also the other concept of bearing that is very important. If here is 54, this bearing here would be, well, this angle here would be, 180 minus 54, right? Because those two angles are supplementary, right? Because, these two lines are parallel. So a lot of things I put in one. So that is 144. Now, of course, if you're seeing this for the first time and you never did bearings, of course, this will look a bit challenging, right? Of course, obviously, that is obvious. So if you gotta go and brush up on bearings before you answer this. Anyways, hopefully when we go through, by the time we go through, you'll understand something, right? So, uh, so let's go. The next one they want us to find is the distance GL. So we know this is 144. So let me zoom up a little. Here is 144. So they want us to find GL, which is this distance here. So GL, let me isolate the triangle a bit. So we basically got something like this. We basically got G, K, and L. We basically got this side as 122 km, and we got this side as 60 km. And we got this angle in between here as 144. And they want us to find this angle here. Right? That is how we do. So if we want to find that angle, which one, what do we use? We got the two sides and the angle in between the two sides. If you were with me the other night, you'll know from the time you have it like that, got the angle, the arms of the angle and the angle in between. We know we use the, as somebody spamming in the chat, the cosine rule. All right, the cosine rule. Shortcut to know the angle, the side, the angle in between, cosine rule. So to help us with the cosine rule will be given to you in the exam. But to help us with the cosine rule, let's label the triangle. So I can call this side opposite the 4 would be common K. The side opposite the capital L would be common L. The side opposite the capital J would be common J. So the cosine rule, as it will be given to you, will be A squared is equal to B squared plus C squared minus 2BC times cos A. So to put it using the letters that we're given, since you want to find K, this would be K squared is equal to L squared plus J squared minus 2LJ times cos K, big K. All right? This is how it will be given to you. This is how you can use it, but it will be given to you with A squared and so on. But you just use the letters that you are given. So K squared is what we want to find. So K squared is equal to L squared, which is 122 squared plus J, which is 60. So this should be 60. So 60 squared minus 2 times 122 times 60 times cos 144. And now it's just for you to use your calculator. Now you just got to flex your calculator muscle. Just got to flex your calculator muscle. You did all the hard work already. Just got to flex the calculator muscle. K squared is equal to 122 squared plus 60 squared would give us 18,484. We can punch in this entire piece in our calculator as well. We can put in negative 2 times 122 times 60 times cos 144. And that will give us plus 11,844.00. So we can leave it as that. And we add up the two, 18,484 plus 11,844. That would give us 30,328. And lastly, we take over the square to become the square root of 30,328. This would be 174.149. And did it tell us what to round it off? No, so let's round it off to three significant figures. So that is what is normally given in the exam. So K is equal to 174. So we can say JL, that's what we found, right? JL is equal to 174 km. One 74. So you see persons on YouTube got it. TikTok as well, right? So yeah, this is bearings. Bearings, the hardest part of bearings, if I'm being very honest, is and not even this part. The hardest part is understanding the diagram. The bearings will always come, right? Bearings is typically found in number 9. See, if you answer bearings correctly, you can guarantee that most likely you will fall into the grade 1 category. People, let me be very honest, right? You know, you can get questions like bearings wrong and you can still do well in the exam, but that means you have to be strong in the other areas, right? So don't panic if, if you're not getting this, don't panic. Focus on strengthening the other areas as well. So if you need if you want a grade 1, as somebody said in the chat, you gotta get this here, right? All right, 5. Good. So that is that. Next one, the bearing of J from L. So the bearing of J from L. So the bearing of J from L. So let me ask in the chat. Where are we drawing the north line? If it's a bearing of J from L, where are we drawing the north line? All right. Good. Nice. See everybody saying L, right? We're drawing the north line at L because the key word is from. So from L, we draw the north line. So they want the bearing of J from L. So J is on this line here. So we got to draw in the north line. And we go all the way around to here. All right. So let me tone down the 60 a bit. So 60 km. So we know if here is 90, here will also be 90. All right. And so in order to find the bearing, we just got to find this little piece here. We just got to find this little piece. And then we add that to the 90 minus 6.36, and that will give us the bearing. So let's do that. So let me erase this since I'm done with this. So how do we find this little piece here? How do we find angle L, this little piece in between here? What can we use? We got 174. So we got this as 174. We got the side opposite that. And we got the angle, the side opposite, the thing that we want to find. We got to use the beautiful sine rule, right? Sine rule. Sine rule is used when you got an angle and the side opposite the angle. And then you got another pair that can help you. So the sine rule will be given to you in CSEC. Could be A over sine A is equal to B over sine B is equal to C over sine C. This is what will be given to you in the exam. But you just gotta, change up the letters and use it to, your discretion. We just gotta use it pair by pair. So we see we are given, so we know this is common K. So see we are given angle K, so we can say K over sine K is equal to, and we want to find angle L, and we are given side L, so we can say L over sine L, the big L. So that's how we use, those are the pair we use. So K we found just now to be 174 over sine K, which we found to be sine 144, is equal to L, which we found to be 122 over sine L, which is what we want to find, right? Sine L. We want to find L. So we do some cross multiplication, this by that. So let me carry this up so I can get some space. So we can say sine L multiplied by 174 is equal to 122 multiplied by sine 144. Some cross multiplication. And then we can say sine L is equal to, we take over this 174, it's multiplying, take it over, it will divide. So 122 multiplied by sine 44, sine 144, all divided by 174. So we can work out this piece here, just flexing your calculator muscle again. So 122 times sine 144 is equal to that, and then we divide that by 174. So we get sine L is equal to 0.412. So L will be equal to, take over the sine, it will be sine inverse 0.412. So L will be equal to the second function sine 0.412. That will give us 24.3 degrees, or we can just say 24 degrees. So L is equal to 24 degrees. So this little piece here is equal to 24 degrees. So of course, that is not the answer to the question. That is definitely not the answer to the question. That is just the smaller one. So to find the bearing, it will be 360 minus 90 plus 24. And this will give us a bearing of 246. So 246 is the answer. That is the bearing, the last one, 246. All that to find 24. Well, this question is worth a lot of marks, right? This question, the whole thing was worth 7. So this one probably worth, first one is 2, second one 2, last one 3. 2 and 2, 4. Yeah, it's good. That question was worth like 3 marks, eh? So that was bearings. So if you didn't understand that one, hopefully that was a refresher. And now let's do another bearings one to see if you understand this one. So this live will be on YouTube after the live. No, it will not be. Stay until the end. Yeah, it will be, right? It will be on YouTube. Sorry, why didn't you round up? Why didn't I round up? I got the answer. I think I got an answer that, let me see. I round off wrong. Let me see somebody saying that. Sine inverse 0.412. No, man, because it's 3. You didn't round up because it's 3, right? They got 24.33. So it just be 24, eh? So let's do another one now. If you didn't understand that one, at least, that was a refresher. And now we look at another one. What time will this end? Somebody answer that person. What time will the live end? Let me see who's really been following. What time will the live end? Thank you, King. Until we tired. Yeah, until we tired. We got energy, right? We got energy for days. Maths gives us power. Anyways, we got energy, we got energy, we got energy. We now start. When is POA? Thursday. You got time to study for POA, man. Anyway, so let's carry on. So it says the diagram below not drawn to scale shows the position of 3 points P, Q, and R on a horizontal plane. PQ is equal to 120 km, PR is equal to 150, QPR is equal to 23 degrees. Calculate correct to one decimal place. The distance QR. So once again, at least this one should be okay, right? So QR, we want to find QR. And the thing is, we are given this side, and the angle in between. Which one do we use? What do we use? This side, the angle between. Everybody should know that we're using 3, 2, 1. Let me see. Good cosine rule, right? Cosine rule. So I know I label this. So this is big R. Side opposite that to be small r. If this is big P, this will be small p. This is big Q, this will be small q. So we can come up with a formula from the formula that will be given. So we can say P squared is equal to R squared plus Q squared minus 2RQ times cos P. That is it. Now all you got to do is just put in the values, use your calculator, and you get 3 marks. That's all. Cosine will come in formula sheet. Yes, it is. It will be on the formula sheet. I'll run through the chat. Let me see what's going on in the chat. Anyways, yeah, focus. So let's go. So P squared would simply be, so we just gotta punch in R squared, which is 120 squared, plus Q, which is 150 squared, minus 2 times 120 times 150 times cos P, which is cos 23. All right. Then it's just for you to use your calculator. P would be equal to, I would say punch in this entire thing in your calculator first. So 120 squared plus 150 squared. That would give me 3,600 and wow, 3,000, 36,900. And then I would say punch in this entire piece in your calculator with the -2 and everything. So I would say -2 times 120 times 150 times cos 23. This will give us minus 33,138. I round it off to that. So hence P would be equal to P squared would be equal to, when I find the difference between these two, 36,900 minus 33,138. This will give me 37,602. P would therefore be equal to the square root of 37,600 and 3,762. All the numbers we see, looking at numbers. We actually crossed it to our mark. Wow. So then work this out, I'll get 61.3, right? The square root of 3,700, 3,762. Yeah, I'll get 61.3 km. So QR is equal to 61.3 km. So you cross the 2 hour mark, right? 2 hours. You got it for 2 hours. All right, let's see. You lost some people on the way. Anybody here since the beginning? Let me see let me see if I recognize these names. We've seen the names pop up. So who here since the beginning? All right, all right, all right. Diplomats, Ronald, Purple. Nice. Nice, 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 nice. Just joined. Well, okay. YouTube, we got. All right, nice, nice, nice. Present. Nice, good. Let me go until the end, right? We wiring until the end, right? We wiring until the end. Don't give up the fight. You never know something you see on this life will come in the exam and you're in the clear. Everybody come out in and come out the room arguing. Hey, what you do for the question? I never see something like that. Next point say, I went down on so we're beating the maths live. And I peep how to work this here. So there's how I get one right. You never know. It happens, right? I've seen it before. All right, next one, they want us to calculate the area of the triangle PQR. Grade 1. Yes, yes, love to see it. So here's the thing. This is another one that will be given to you. This is another formula that will be given to you. So let's say you had a triangle A, B, C, and you want to find the area of this triangle. We know the formula to find area of a triangle is half base times height. But let's just say we don't have a perpendicular height. We have, we have this angle here and we have the two sides. So the formula to find the area of this triangle would be area is equal to, let's call this A, let's call this B, let's call this C. Formula will be, all right, let me use the thing that we know. Yeah, the formula to find this here would be simply half AB times sine C. In other words, all it's saying is half, you're given this angle, whatever this angle is, you're given that angle. It's half the product of the two sides on the angle times times the angle, times sine the angle, right? So to find the area of this triangle is just half. So it's the product of these two things, which would be half times 120 times 150 times sine the angle in between there. So sine 23, all right? Half these two things, the product, times the sine of the angle in between. This formula will be given to you in the exam, and that is how you use it, right? So the area will simply be half, let me multiply everything. So 120 times 150 times sine 23, and you divide that by 2. Error. So 120 times 150 times sine 23, you should get 3,516.6, all right, km squared. And that is the area. That is how you find the area. This formula will be given to you. I think the last one for bearings now. Let me erase this here. The last one for bearings. They want us to determine the bearing of P. Sorry, they said the bearing of P from Q is 252. So the bearing of P from Q, so from Q is where we draw the north line. The bearing of P from Q is 252. So from Q, we go all the way around to P. We know this is 252. They said they want us to calculate the bearing of R from P. R from P. So R from this P. So from the P, we got to go all the way around to here. So we basically got to find this piece here and then add it to the 23 and we'll get the answer. So this entire thing all the way around here is 252. Then we know the remaining piece would be 360 minus 252, which will give us 108. See if that remaining piece is 108. That means from here to here would be 108 minus 180, because as I said, these two angles here would be, they add up to 180 degrees. So 108 minus 180, that would give us 72 degrees. So here is 72. Then the total bearings would be 72 plus the 23. So 72 plus the 23 will give us 95. Let me see if anybody got 95 before me. Nice, 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 nice. Nice, nice, nice. So like we're doing the whole syllabus. Ah, ah. So to answer the question, we can say, therefore, the bearing of R from P is 0.95 degrees. Kumisha asking the right question. Kumisha, who else here? Yeah, Kumisha, anyone? I'm still surviving. Kumisha asked if any one of my students still here. Kumisha want mark register. Check them out, Kumisha. Check them and tell me. All right, Mohammed is here since the beginning. Nice. So that was bearings, eh? That was bearings. How y'all feeling about bearings? We are starving at eat. We're starving at eat, right? And right now we're cooking maths, so we gotta eat. So that was bearings. So let's cool down the temperature now with some simple patterns question, right? Let's cool it down a bit. We hot up our head with all them big fancy thing. Then we calm down a bit now with some patterns, right? We did matrices, which is a hot air topic for students. We did bearings, another hot air topic. We did circle theorem, another hot air topic. And we did yeah, let's cool down some some nice and easy patterns, right? So let's go. Study the pattern in the table below. Complete the table by inserting the missing values in rows number 1, 2, 3, and 4. So the hardest part of this thing is where students, this is the part that beat them up. They can figure out the pattern for this. They can figure out the pattern for this. They can figure out the pattern for the answer for this. But this one here is where the licks come in. How they, we do try and error. So here's a tip. I did a video on this on TikTok as well. And probably YouTube, but I think it's on TikTok. Of how to find these things. So what you want to do, So we see here to move from 4 to 8, we add 4. To move from 8 to 12, we see we add 4 again. So from the time you see you continuously adding 4, whatever is here, you have to multiply by that thing that you always keep adding by. So you multiply this by 4. And then 1 times 4 would give us 4. So we see that we don't have to add or subtract anything to get the answer. And let's try it again. So 2 times 4 would give us 8. 3 times 4 would give us 12. So obviously 4 times 4 would give us 16. Well, we could have found that by just simply adding 4 as well. So if you reach 10, we know to get the corresponding here would be 10 times 4 would give us 40. Now obviously something times 4 will give us 64. So to get that answer, we just divide the 64 by 4, and we get 16. So if you do 16 times 4, we'll get the answer. And then obviously to get the formula now, we multiply the n by 4. So n times 4 will obviously be 4n. Are we in the clear for all of those there? And you find the formula for us, anything you want to do. There's no maths is not something that steps in mathematics is not written in stone, right? They're not written in stone. You shouldn't have to do this and then do this. Whatever you feel comfortable with, it's up to you, right? It's not, oh, you have to find the formula for us. It doesn't matter, right? Don't narrow the thinking to that. Whatever you feel comfortable with. Anyway, so let's look at the other one now. So here now we see we have a difference here. 6 plus 4 again would give us 10. 10 plus 4 again would give us 14. So let's see, we multiply 1 by 4. We won't get the 6. We will get 4. So if we add 2 to that, we see we get the 6. So when you multiply the thing by the difference and you don't get it, you add or subtract it, see if you get it. So let's go 4, 2 times the 4 again will give us 8. And if we add 2 to this, we'll get the 10. And the same thing, 3 times 4 will give us 12. And if you add 2 to that, you get the 14. So obviously to get the next one, it would be 4 times 4, which would be 16, plus 2, which would be 18. And this will be this one here would just be 40 plus 2, which would be 42. This will be 64 plus 2, which will just be 66. This one will obviously be 4n plus the 2. We got clear there. So some people who can find the formula easily, they would go find the formula for us and then go and find the others. To be honest, that is the best way to do it. But let's just say, you're one that struggles with finding the formula. You can kill yourself to find the formula and then lose 6 marks in the process, right, of not finding the formula. So yeah, figure out the pattern, work it out, and then, So 8 marks, right? 8 marks for this year. So if it's it that you can't get these 8 marks here, man, you gotta question your life choices, throughout secondary school and so on, gotta question it. Gotta do some reflection and introspection. Let's do another one. So we see we have the figure, the number of dots, and the number of lines. So let's see. Next one. So we see to move from 4 to 7, we see we add what by 4 again? Is 4 we add? No, man, 3. We add 3. Move from 7 to 10, we add 3. So obviously to move from the next one, you just add 3. So this would be 13. That's another way people would do it. But problems would be when you meet into 10, Let me tell you what I did when I was in when I wrote the exam. What I did, I go in my car now. Remember I got a grade one, right? So what I did, I go and put five, and then I find the next thing for five. Then I go and put six, find thing for six, seven, find thing for seven, eight, find thing for eight, nine, find thing for nine. Then I go and put in 10. Right? That's another smart thing that students do. But nevertheless, let's go. We know we are smart, we know we can figure out the formula. So let's see, you multiply by 3, you get 4. That doesn't work, so we gotta add 1 to it. And we get 4. Multiply by 3, we get 6. We add 1 to it, we get 7. Multiply by 3, you get 9. You add 1 to it, you get 10. So that means you multiply 10 by 3, you get 30. You add 1 to it, you get 31. And for this one here now, let's find the formula for it. So the formula is you multiply by 3. This will give us 3n, and then you add 1 to it. So to find whatever number for 49, you can say, you can do trial and error, or you can set up a nice little equation and say 3n plus 1 is equal to 49. So we can say 3n is equal to, carry over this 1, it will subtract. So this is 48. So n would be equal to 48 divided by 3. N would be equal to 48 divided by 3 is what we get 16, right? So here would be 16. So we can do 16 times 3 is 48 plus 1 is the 49. So that is another way. And we can declare there. So let's look at the other one now. Let me erase this piece. So there's 16 to 6 to 11. We see we add 5. Then to move to 16, we add 5 again. So we know we multiply 1 times the 5 will give us 5. And then we add 1 to get the 6. 2 times 5 will give us 10, and we add 1. So that is the pattern. So here would be 10 times 5 will give us 50 plus 1, which will be 51. And the same thing here, 16 times 5 would give us 80 plus 1 would give us 81. And obviously this one would be n times 5 will give us 5n plus 1. And those are the rules there. I missed one? Oh yeah, why what? So 4 times 5 would give us 20 plus 1 is 21. So we could lose marks here. You can while up and lose marks, right? So we're like, you're tired. No, man. No start, All right, we got it. If you're watching this on TikTok, I'll do me a favor and follow. If you're watching on YouTube, if you're not subscribed as yet, subscribe, right? Do me a favor. That would be our payment for this year, right? So are we touching on vectors? Yeah. We got vectors here. Good, excellent. Everybody that now following, love to see it, right? We cooking. So let's carry on. I think that was it. So let's touch on how we back. So we cool off and we come back to another thing that could be some blows, but it's nice. I like it. And I hope you like it as well. Somebody tell me what topic this looks like. So you do prediction. Hey, Gitanjali, nice to have you. Gitanjali, you know on, whom I guess. Gitanjali is in the house. Graph. All right. So it's a linear programming. All right, linear programming. Now, we all love linear programming, right? We all love a linear programming. Absolutely love it. Somebody's asking me to do prediction. Nah, I won't do. Probably I'll do some prediction. I'll do. I won't tell you I'll know though. Let me look at the thing, look at it a bit, and then I'll probably do it. Right. So linear programming. We all love linear programming. So let's go. It says the diagram below shows the graph of three lines and a shaded region S defined by three inequalities associated with the lines. So the inequality associated with the line y equal 3 is y is greater than 3. So they want us to state two other inequalities that define the shaded region. So here's the thing. The thing about linear programming is just to turn the equation that you are given into an inequality. So the other two inequalities that we have to get, other than the first one, which will give us is y is equal to y is greater than 3, they already gave us for this line. So they already gave us it for this line. So now we got to find for the other two lines. So they give us the line y x is equal to 2. So we just got to turn that into an inequality. So since this line is solid, it will either be, this answer will either be x is greater than or equal to 2 or x is less than or equal to 2. Either one of these two will be the answer. However, this one here is easy to find because the thing is shaded into that direction, and common sense would tell you all the numbers, all the numbers in this direction, are they less than x or greater than x? For example, well, less than x equal 2 or greater than x equal 2. For example, if you reach here, if you reach here, you reach here, all these numbers, they tell you they are what? Greater than or less than. Common sense will tell you what? So let me scroll up a little. Common sense will tell you that all these numbers in that direction, they are greater than x. All right? So this inequality would be x is greater than or equal to 2. That is the other one that we want to find. Right? Obviously greater than. All the numbers there would be greater than. So that is that. Now is where the trouble there now. So we already found for this line. We already found for this line. Now we gotta find for this line here. So just like with that one, this inequality, since this line is solid, it's not broken into pieces. It will either be x plus y is greater than or equal to 10, or x plus y is less than or equal to 10. That either one of the two will be the answer. So how you get out? How you get out? All I'm doing is I'm changing this equation that they gave us here, which is x plus y is equal to 10, and I'm turning it into, instead of x plus y is equal to 10, I'm turning it into x plus y is greater than or equal to 10, x plus y is less than or equal to 10. All I did was turn this that they gave us, right? That is the line. Right? They gave us that. I didn't come up with that, right? Right, folks? I didn't come up with it. That was given. So how do we decide? How do we decide whether it's less than or greater than? This is the part that you gotta do a little work. Easy work that is. So what we do, we choose any point in the shaded region. It doesn't matter. Any point in the shaded region. If I go and choose this point here in the shaded region, somebody tell me the coordinates for that point quick. So the coordinates for that point, don't laugh. Oh my God, they're trying to learn. Who are you talking about, Shenny? Shenny, I hope you're not talking about me. Laughing, right? Hope. Shenny, what are you talking about? Anyways, so it's 4-4, right? I'm assuming Shenny is new here. All right. Shen is new here. So 4, 4. So what we do? Um, let's choose the force inequality, and we just substitute that 4, 4 into the inequality, and if it satisfies it, meaning when you read it, it's true, that is the one that we use, right? So this is x, this is y, so I'll just say instead of x plus y, I'll say 4 plus 4 is greater than or equal to 10. So 4 plus 4 is 8. 8 is greater than or equal to 10. Is that true? 8 is greater than 10. Nah, man, that is definitely not true. We know that is not true, right? So we can't use this one. Let me use a red. So we can't use this one. So we got to try the other one now. The same point we use, 4 plus 4, instead of greater than, we'll say less than or equal to 10. So 4 plus 4 is 8. 8 is less than or equal to 10. And is that true? 8 is obviously less than or equal to 10, so that is true. So that is the inequality that we're choosing. X plus y is less than or equal to 10. All right, and that is how you choose the inequality. All right, that is it. How are we looking there? I feel a part of my brain is unlocked. Why 4, 4? No, 4, 4 is not special. Sometimes I will explain this answer like I will always explain the answer. 4, 4 is not special. We could have chosen this point. We could have chosen this point. Could have chosen this point. You could have chosen this point. It doesn't matter. Just choose any point inside the shaded region. It's not special. All right, it's not special. Unlike everybody that's looking at this life, you are special. Right? You are special to somebody. Anyway, so let's go. That is that. And the next one says, the next part of this thing says the function p. Now this part, they will always give you some function like this, and they will tell you it satisfies the solution set represented by the closed triangular region. Identify the three pairs of x and y for which p has a maximum or minimum. All right. So we want 3 points in this region or on this region that will give us a maximum or a minimum. So we got to go back at our graph. So the 3 points that will give us a maximum or minimum, the 3 points, will simply be the 3 vortex of the triangle. So for example, at here, this is 1. So the coordinates for this would be 2 across, 8 up. So this is 1. Another one would be right here on the triangle. That's where they intersect. And the coordinates for here would be 2 across, 3 up. And somebody tell me the coordinates for the last one. What would the last one be? God. All right, so the last one is right here, which will be 7 across, 3 up. And those would be the 3 points that will give us a maximum or minimum in this inequality question. So let me write it. So it will be 2, 8, 2, 3, and 7, 3. And all of that for a simple 2 marks, right? All you gotta do is list those here for 2 marks. And then the last part, the easiest part of them all, which pair of x and y values makes p a maximum? So they want us to show that which one of these 3 here will get the highest value. When you're punching it inside this function, which one of these three will give us the largest number? So the function that we're using is p is equal to 5x plus 2y minus 3. So do you want to know which pair will give us the highest number? So that's all you got to do. Just substitute each one inside the function, and which one gives us the highest number, that is it. So the first one we'll substitute would be, let's do 2 and 8. So let me bring this down. So let's do 2 and 8, 2 and 8. So we'll have p is equal to 5 times x. Instead of x, x would be 2. 5 times 2 plus 2 times y, which would be 8, minus 3. P would be equal to 5 2 is 10, plus 2 8s 16, minus 3. P would be equal to 23. So the first one, when we substitute 2 and 8, we get 23. The next one we want to do is 2, 3. This is x, this is y. So the function again would be p times 5x. So 5x would be 2, plus 2 times y, which would be 3, minus 3. So p would be 5 2 is 10, 2 3 is 6, minus 3. So 10 plus 6 is 16, minus 3 is 13. And then the last one we got to use would be 7 3. So we want to know which one will give us the highest number, and that would be the answer. So we substituted the same function that we're given. So p is equal to 5 times x, which is 5 times, so this is x, this is y. 5 times 7 plus 3 times, sorry, it's not 3, it's 2 times 3 minus 3. So this will be p is equal to 7 5s, 5, plus 2 3s, 6, minus 3. Hence, we work out, we get p is equal to 38. So which one in the coordinates will give us the highest value? So we have to show working, of course. Which one will give us the highest value? Which one the coordinates? 2 8, 2 3, or 7 3? All right, good. I see people on YouTube saying 7 3, TikTok saying 7 3. So p is a maximum at simply 7 3. So all you got to do is punch in these three things in the function that they will give you. They will always give you a function. You would never have to come up with this. They will always give you this, right? So you just punch in these three things inside here. And whichever one gives you the highest value, of course, that would be the maximum. And of course, if they ask you for a minimum, you'll have to decide which one gives you the lowest. But most times they ask for maximum. Might say bread and butter. Nice. I'm hoping bread and butter is easy, right? Not sure if the combination of eating bread and butter goes down smoothly, right? Yeah. Are we looking at YouTube? Cheese and rice, egg and milk. Yeah, I just calling random things down, man. Salt and pepper. Anyways. Are we looking TikTok? Free marks, love to see it. My immune system is whack. They've been teaching me to school. I've been getting constant cold. All right. Looking good, right? We touching on a lot of things, as I said. Did you cross the 3 hour mark as yet? No, we reached the 3 hour mark. Remember we want excellent, good. Butter and rice. Yeah, calling random things now, man. I left for 5 seconds now. You see things you can't turn for 5 seconds. Yeah, let's see the meme in which the person they're teaching, the person put 1 plus 2 is equal to 3. 5 plus 6 is equal to 11. And then the person, the student, rest down and they pick up. And then they see you answer the calculus on the page. They can't turn away from maths, right? Can't turn away at all. Right? You gotta focus. Gotta focus all the time. So why you said I was asleep. Anyways. So let's go. We back at some functions again. So I decided to cool us down with some functions. This is a very interesting set of questions. Right? We calming things down a bit. So I said the vectors mash them up, but it's still recovering. I think I got vectors somewhere, right? So there we go. The function f, x, and gx are defined as f of x is equal to 2x minus 7, g of x is equal to x squared plus 1, respectively. Write an expression in terms of x for each of the following. So they want to find f inverse of x. So at the end of this here, you should know how to find inverse, right? So f inverse of x, so we know step one, we write y is equal to, well, let's write back the function. We see f of x is equal to 2x minus 7. Step one, we replace f of x with y is equal to 2x minus 7. Step two, we interchange the x and the y values. So we have x is equal to 2y minus 7. And then the last step, we make y the subject. So this will be x, carry over the 7 is subtracting, take it over to add, plus 7 is equal to 2y. 2 is multiplying, take it over the equal sign, it will divide. So x plus 7 all divided by 2 is equal to y. So we can say y is equal to x plus 7 all divided by 2. And the last step, we put anything that we want to find, which is f inverse of x is equal to x plus 7 all divided by 2. Easy, easy marks. Easy, easy marks, right? Beat any maths. Beat any maths. We beat any maths. So next one, I'll go through this one quick since this is similar and it will be easy, I think. So you want to find the g inverse of x. So the function g of x is equal to x squared plus 1. So g inverse of x would be step 1, you replace g of x with y. Y is equal to x squared plus 1. Step 2, you interchange the x and the y. So we have x is equal to y squared plus 1. Step 3, make y the subject. So we have x, this one is adding, take it over, subtract, is equal to y squared. And then we take over the square to become the square root of x minus 1 is equal to y. Hence, we'll have, instead of y, we'll have g inverse of x is equal to the square root of x minus 1. Thank you, Michael. Uh, good. Which year is this paper? Let me see if I got the year at the top. Honestly, I didn't put the year. Oh my, I'm sorry. But I think this is probably 20, 2016, I think. I'm not sure. Right? Not sure. Next one, I want to find f g of x. So we worked something like this similar earlier. Sorry, is there another way to do it? Nah, there's no other way, sadly. Inverse function is something you got to remember the steps, right? There's no other way. If there is, you can go and find it, but so I'm on live simultaneously on YouTube and TikTok, right? For those that asking. All right, some of your comments got me laughing, right? Don't worry them though. Uh, teenagers are funny, eh? I know you are funny. I don't think I was funny as yeah when I was a teenager. So FG, we taking G and we dropping it inside of F, right? We taking G, we shy it in F. So let me get back the function F. So F is so let me write it. So F is f of x is equal to 2x minus 7. G of x is equal to x squared plus 1. So we take in the function g and we shine it inside of f, right? So to do this, we write back the function f, which is 2. Now instead of x, I'm putting this function g inside. So instead of 2 times x, I'll have 2 times x squared plus 1. And I put the remaining of the function f, which is minus 7. Then I just simplify this. 2 times x squared will give us 2x squared. 2 times 1 will give us plus 2. And then I put back the minus 7. This will be 2x squared. 2 minus 7 will be a minus 5. So fg of x is equal to 2x squared minus 5. So these are some of the basic things you want to know, right? Somebody said we taking a break. Yeah, we ain't taking a break. We might take a couple minutes break now. We ain't taking a break. So what time is it? Now is so we almost we ain't crossed the 3 hour markers yet. We 2 hours 48 minutes into the live. Some people now coming home from school and them think, that's school on Independence Day. Is it Independence Day in Guyana? Not Independence. Oh my, sorry, not Independence. Labor Day. Is it Labor Day around the world as well, or is it just in Guyana? Is it around the world? It's around the world. I think it's around the world. It's Labor Day around the world, right? But what I mean is, are other persons, are you allowed to stay home around the other countries, or you have to go to school and work? I think we got some people from other countries as well. You have to go to work, or you all allowed to stay home. It is in Grenada. Grenada, you have to stay home, or you all went to I went to work or school. So why are you saying work and talking to teenagers? Right? Stay home, no school. No, have to go to school. See, some people gotta have to go to school. All right, in Guyana, we had it nice, right? Labor Day, we stay home. Anyway, so that is fg of x. So the last one they want us to find. So they kind of giving you it in segments. They tell you find fg of x, and now they tell you find fg inverse of x. So they could have been wicked and just tell you find f inverse of x, fg inverse of x. And some people wouldn't know that. You just take this function and find the inverse of it. All right, so they could have been wicked, but they weren't. CXC was not wicked. So 2x squared minus 5. So we got to find the inverse of this function. So all we got to do the same steps as we did with inverse just now, the same thing we got to follow. We replace the fg of x with y. So y is equal to 2x squared minus 5. We interchange the x and the y, so this will be x is equal to 2y squared minus 5. And then we make y the subject. This will be x plus 5 is equal to 2y squared. Take over the 2. 2 is multiplying. Take over the divide. So we'll have x plus 5 all divided by 2 is equal to y squared. And lastly, we take over the squared. So we'll have the square root of everything. X plus 5 all divided by 2 is equal to y. Hence, we'll say fg inverse of x is equal to the square root of x plus 5 all divided by 2. Why are these so easy, bro? Somebody's saying. So we had the 3 hours line now. We ain't reached 3 hours yet. There's a guy on TikTok and on YouTube. Guy from Trinidad, a young chap. I think he did a 24 hours live. I'm not saying I'll meet anything close, eh? I ain't got the energy. But somebody did a 24 hours live maths. That was crazy, right? Absolutely crazy. All right, so let's go to the last one now. So this actually went for 4 marks. Wow. Wow, 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 wow. Yeah, Mad Vibes was, yeah, Mad Vibes, the young chap from Trinidad, bright chap, right? Yeah, 24 hour, right? I ain't reached that all, right? It would be nice. How long you plan to go for? We wiring. That's all I'll say. We wiring. We wiring. So next one, show that if G inverse of 5 is equal to G inverse F inverse of 5. Now this here, what? Anybody that never did inverse, you look at this here, you would think that, this is craziness, right? You look at this here, you would think this is absolute craziness, right? It's actually very easy, right? Very, very easy. So what we got to do, we just got to show that this side, when we work out this side and we work out this side, we get the same answer. So let's find FG inverse. The thing is, we already found FG inverse, the function. Now we just got to substitute 5 inside. So the function FG inverse of x is equal to the square root of x plus 5 all divided by 2. So now we got to find FG inverse of 5. We just got to substitute 5 inside this function. We did all the hard work before. All right. So this will be FG inverse of 5 will simply be the square root of, instead of x plus 5, we'll have 5 plus 5 all divided by 2. So this will be 5 plus 5 is 10. 10 divided by 2 is 5. So this will be the square root of 5. So you can go and find the square root of 5, or you can leave it as the square root of 5, because we just want to show that this answer here, when you work this out, is equal to this answer. So now we can work out this answer, see if we'll end up with the square root of 5. And we know when we square root 5, we'll get square root of 5, we get 2.236 and so on and so on. So, right? You can do that, or you can leave it as this, it doesn't matter. So G inverse F inverse of 5, as funny as this looks, all we had to do, let me see, one of my students just messaged me. Sir, please lick the paper. I'm assuming this is from TikTok. Sir, please lick the paper. No. All right. Anyways. Let's continue. All right. So as I don't have the paper, right? I don't have the paper to link, so I'm not sure why y'all assume I got the paper. What's so special about sort of beating the maths from Guyana that you got the paper, right? So all we gotta do, we find F inverse of 5, and then we put that answer inside the G inverse function. So I think we already have the F inverse function at the top. We already did that here. So you already found the F inverse function here. So let me just copy this. So you already found that. Now it's just for us just to find F inverse of 5. So F inverse of 5 would be, instead of x plus 7, we'll have 5 plus 7 all divided by 2. So 5 and 7 is, last time I checked, is 12. 12 divided by 2 is 6. So F inverse of 5 is equal to 6. So what we're doing now, instead of F inverse of 5, this is equal to 6. So now we take 6 and we put it inside the G inverse function. So we already found the G inverse function at the top as well. This is the G inverse function. So let me copy this. So you already found the G inverse function here. So instead of G inverse of x, we'll find G inverse of the thing that we just found, which is 6. So G inverse of 6 would be equal to the square root of, Instead of x minus 1, we'll have 6 minus 1, which will be 6 minus 1 is the square root of 5. Hence, that is equal to 5, negative square root 5, that is equal to square root 5. So that is how we show that those two sides are equal. Remember, that is what we set out to do, show that the two sides are equal. So hence we can put a QED at the bottom to look a little bright, to show that we proved it, right? So that is the answer there. Square root. I mean, you just wanted to show it, right? They did not ask you to find, they said show that this side is equal to that side, and that is what we did. Nice and easy, I agree. So some people have been asking for it. Some people have been begging for it. And here it is. Everybody, you've been asking, you've been begging for it. Here it is in the flesh. The big man himself, the one and only, vectors. Big man himself. The man himself, the one that we know and love and cherish close to our hearts. So let's go. The position vectors of points A, B, and C relative to the origin are. I can tell you this is easy, right? I can tell you, right? Vectors is actually very easy, right? But, you just gotta focus. Very easy, very, very easy. And you'll see. So OA, the vector OA is equal to 2, negative 2. OB is equal to 6, 1. OC is equal to 10, 4. Expressed in the form XY, the vector is AB. Right? AB. So here's the thing with vectors, right? Vectors telling you that you're moving from point A, you're moving to point B. So to get AB, and they give us OA, OB, and OC, you basically gotta move from, you start from A, you go to a certain point, and then you continue from that point, and then you move to B. And this will give you the vector AB. You start from A, you go to a certain point, and then you continue from that same point and go to B. I see Sleepy sent it in the chat. So using the things that we're given O, A, and so on. So we can start from A, we go to O, and then we continue from O, and then we go to B, and this will give us AB. You gotta start and end with the thing that you want to find, and the two middle letters should be the same. This is the trick to vectors. This is absolutely the trick, right? Some people tell you, you do a minus and so on, but this is how I teach it, right? This is absolutely beautiful. So that is that. So let's put in these values now. X. So the thing is, it told us OA is 2, negative 2. But we don't want OA, we want it in reverse. AO. What would AO be? You can drop it in the chat. So yeah, I could do that to Jarari, right? That is fine as well, right? That is fine. Absolutely fine as well, right? You'll get the same answer. So OA is 2, negative 2. AO will just be the negative, you just flip the sign of the OA, which will be negative 2, positive 2. So this will be negative 2, positive 2 plus OB, which is the same thing that we have here. X, okay, now anyway. What just happened? Anyways, OB will be the same 6, 1. Let me add this together. 2 plus -2 plus 6 will give you a +4. 2 plus 1 will give us 3. So the vector OAB is simply 4, 3. That is that for 2 marks, I think. And then the next one, they want AC. All right, so just like with AC, I said you start off with A, you go to a vector, you go to a point, sorry, you continue from that same point, and then you go to C, and that will give you AC. So just like with just now, you start with A, you obviously go to O, and you continue from O, and you go to C. That's how you get AC. All right, so we can say AO, we got that already. -2, 2 plus OC, which we have to be 10, 4. And this will give us -2 plus 10 will give us a +8. And 2 plus 4 would give us 6. So AC is equal to 8, 6. That is that. Somebody should have known this was so easy. Maths is easy. All right. I'm still here. Oh, we crossed the 3 hour mark. Oh gosh, I missed it. Let me see. Let me see how the people that went since the beginning. We crossed the 3 hour mark. Who here since the beginning? And y'all don't lie, and I could see the names. All right, so I see Sleepy. Nice, nice day. All right, I know. All right. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. All right. Nice, 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 nice. We beat any maths. Nice, nice. Good. And that's it. 3 marks, right? So let's go. Next one. Oh, this is a big man here. I think this should be worth a lot of marks, 3 marks as well. So determine whether A, B, and C are collinear, given reasons for your answer. Oh, this area is easy to write, but you got to know a few things. So in order for 3 points to be collinear, it means they lie on a straight line. A, B, and C. They lie on a straight line. All right. In order for 3 points to be collinear, they must lie on a straight line. This is it conceptually, and this is it visually. All right. However, the important things that you need to know in order to show that vectors are collinear would be 2 things. So I'm going to teach this here to an extent. 2 things for a vector for 3 points to be collinear. One, um, you form 2 vectors with it. For example, you form a vector AB, and then you form another vector BC. All right, you form 2 vectors. As long as you form 2 vectors and they have a common point, for example, they have a common point here, that is the first thing. They must have a common point. That's the first thing for it to be cool. Yeah, 2 things. All right? Somebody said they can't hear. Y'all hear me clear? Let's check in. I wonder if, oh, I guess it's that person. So the first thing, for 3 points to be collinear, they must have a common point. And it's absolutely easy to get the common point. All you got to do is form 2 vectors. You form a vector AB, and then you form another vector BC. and they have the common point B. That is it, right? And then the next step, the two vectors that you form, should be parallel. The two vectors should be parallel. How can we tell if two vectors are parallel? I want to give somebody a chance to shine in the chat. How can we tell if two vectors are parallel? I want to give somebody a chance to shine and I'll big that person up. All right. So let me see. Same. All right, I see. Let me see. I see somebody. I see Eustace. I see something. Eustace. Eustace, now bad. Eustace, we gotta leave that for the children. Come on, Eustace. Behave yourself. Behave yourself, Eustace. Behave yourself, Eustace. Ah, anyways, Eustace. I need that. Good. So yeah, I missed it, right? So like, but the two vectors one should be a scalar multiple of the other, right? Yeah, Eustace. I see you, man. So for two vectors to be parallel, one should be a scalar multiple of the other. Meaning, when I say scalar multiple, if I got a vector, since it's in this form, the XY form, I'll say if I got a vector 3, 2, and I got another vector 6, 6, 4, these two vectors are parallel because one is a scalar multiple. Meaning, if I multiply this vector by a number, in this case 2, I will arrive at this vector. 2 times 3 is 6, 2 times 2 is 4. That's what I mean by they must be a scalar multiple of the other. The number can be anything. It can be 2, it can be 1, it can be a half, it can be anything. As long as you can multiply a vector by a number and get the other one, they are parallel. So it can be any number. It can be a fraction, could be 1, could be anything. So those two things should exist for the 3 points to be collinear. All right. So we already know they have the common point B. Let's see if A, B, and BC are parallel. So the vector AB is, I think we found that earlier to be, AB is 4, 3. And we found BC. Did we find BC? No, we didn't find BC. So we didn't find BC, so we got to find BC. So BC, just like what we learned just now, could be, you start from B, you go to something, plus, you continue there, and then you go to C. So you start from B, you go to O, and then you continue from O, you go to C. So BO would be the negative of this. This would be -6, -1. So -6, -1 plus OC, which would be the thing that we have here, 10, 4, 10, 4. So BC will work out to give us -6 plus 10 would give us 4. -1 plus 4 will give us 3. So BC is equal to 4, 3. So I have the vector AB and I have the vector BC. Can we multiply AB by anything to get BC? Can you multiply AB by anything to get BC? So Annie is saying yes. So yeah, we can just multiply AB by 1 to get BC. So, we can say AB is equal to BC. So because we can multiply AB or BC by something to get the other one, we can say they are parallel. So they are parallel and they have the common point B. So hence the A, B, C are collinear. So that is how you show that two vectors are collinear. They should be parallel and they should have a common point. So to answer the question, we'll say A, B, and C. I see somebody spamming with one. Okay. All right, I get the point. I get the point. So A, B, C are collinear. It is. So you can say the vector AB is equal to BC, and they share the common point B. Hence, A, B, and C are collinear. So this one here, this is not something, you gotta understand vectors fully, right? You gotta understand vectors fully. So you gotta do some brush up on this. You think that an easy way? This is the easy way. Right? This is the easy way, right? So to show that two vectors are parallel, common point, form the two vectors, have a common point, and the two vectors that you form should be parallel. That is all you need to remember. All right. So I have another one at the bottom that should cement it hopefully. So let's go. Let's continue with vectors. So in the diagram below, APO is a triangle, ARB and AOQ are straight lines. B is the midpoint of PQ, R is the midpoint of AB. OR to RP is 1 to 3. OP is equal to 4A. OQ is equal to 8B. So this is another way in which vectors can come. All right, other than with the numbers, they can come like this as well. So let's go. So PQ. So they want us to find in terms of A and B in the simplest form, PQ. So when they say in terms of A and B or in terms of anything, when you finish putting your answer should just got A and B along with some other coefficients and so on, right? So they want us to find PQ. So PQ. So vectors will tell you you move from one place, one position, and go to the other. So in order to move from P to Q, so you can treat this thing as though this road here is blocked off. We can't just travel along here. We got to travel along another place. So we can move from P, we can go along this road here to O, and then we can continue from O, and then we can go to Q. So plus OQ. That's the first thing you want to do. Come up with that little equation. So this is the starting point. PO plus OQ. So let's look, we gotta express this in terms of A and B. So they told us OP from O to P is 4A. From O to P is 4A. If O to P is 4A, what would P to O be? If O to P is 4A, what would P to O be in reverse? All right. I see, good. I see some people dropping it in the chat. Exactly, right? So it will be negative A, negative A. So PO would be a negative 4A, sorry. And then we want from O to P. Let's see, they give us anything about O to P. O to Q, sorry. So they told us O to Q is 8B. So O to B, Q is 8B. So this would be simply plus 8B. And this is the answer. We can switch it wrong. We don't like start off with a negative, so we can just switch it wrong and say 8B minus 4A. And there's the answer. In PQ in terms of A and B. All right, see some people beating it in the chat, beating the maths in the chat. So these things are given, right? These things are given, you just got to put it in the diagram. Good, so that is our work in there. Let me bring this down. And this was for 1 mark. 1 mark. Nice and easy 1 mark. Next thing they asked us to find is PR for 2 marks. So PR, PR, the vector PR. So you want basically find from P to R. So in this case, you don't have to do a lot of work because it told us OR and RP is 1 to 3. So 1 of this is 3 of this. So if you want to split this 4A into 4 pieces, you can say this fourth piece here is A, and this other piece here would be from R to P would be 3A. All right, if you want to split the 4A into pieces, from O to R is A, from R to P is 3A. That is what they told us here. OR to RP is 1 to 3. 1 of this is 3 of this. So we can split the 4A into A and 3A. So if RP is 3A, what would PR be? If RP is 3A, what would PR be? Good. PR would obviously be the reverse, which is negative 3A. All right. That might say RIP to my CSEC grade. Now, folks, let me give you some glimmer of hope. Now, this part that I'm doing, this is number 10. This is the last question in your CSEC exam. You know, this is the most challenging part in the paper if I'm to rate it, right? So if you want a grade 1, I'll tell you, you need to understand these things, right? If you want a grade 1, you need to understand these things. But however, I'll say this, you can do excellent in the paper without, and I would say with getting this wrong, but you know, you can survive. So no negativity. You can survive. You can survive. Exam is a couple days away. You can survive without fully understanding, you know. But give it a chance. It's actually easy, right? All right, so that is PR. PR is negative 3A. Next thing you want, RB. So they want RB, R to B. So RB would be R to B. So RB, we see we can move from R to P. Plus, and we can move from P to B. So we already know RP is 3A. So we can replace this here with 3A. Plus PB now. PB is this piece here. PB is halfway here. They told us that B is the midpoint of PQ. So basically, PB is half of whatever PQ is. Whatever PQ is, PB is half of it. And I think we found PQ earlier. Say if PQ is this, PB will be half of whatever this is. So this will be half of 8B minus 4A. So half of this would be half of 8B would be 4B, half of negative 4A would be minus 2A. So this is what PB is. So you got to take this here now and put it here. So this will be 4B minus 2A. And put the like terms together. 3A minus 2A plus 4B. So 3A minus 2A would simply give us A plus 4B. And that would be the answer. A plus 4B for RB. All right. I see some people cooking. Are we cooking? Some people struggling, but we cooking with some people. We beating it. We beating the match with some people, right? We beating the match. Good. Let me see this comment. So let me pin this comment for a couple seconds. So I'm pinning this comment for a little. How do I see the pin? Anyways, I pin this comment, right? So I never understand anything last year and got the 3. Imagine this year with a little knowledge. That's the confidence you need, right? So that is that. Let's relax now with some simultaneous equation. Let's relax now with some simultaneous equation. Be cooling down. Be cooling down with some simultaneous equation. Yeah, give me 5 seconds, right? I'll be back in 5 seconds. So we back. Everybody behaved themselves while I was away. Everybody behaved themselves while I was away. Everybody misbehave. Good, so let's go. So we solve this pair of simultaneous equation. Um, two popular methods that the two popular methods that we can use. So quick, Shini. So quick. Oh, man, the thing happens so quick. Sit down, blood up, come out, nah, man. So quick, nah. So we can label this equation 1, label this equation 2. So which method do I want to use? Elimination or substitution? Y'all tell me, elimination or substitution? Anyone you can use, right? It doesn't matter, to be honest. Um, so we'll use a substitution. So substitution, we got x by itself. So this is a nice, way, because x is by itself. We can easily use a substitution. It's easy to use. So we can make x a subject. So we can say x is equal to -1. Carry over this minus 2y will become plus 2y. We can call this one equation 3. So we use equation 2 to make the subject. So we got to substitute this here into the other one that we did not use as yet, which is equation 1. So we can say instead of 3 times x, we can say 3 times -1 plus 2y plus 2y is equal to 13. And we simplify and we solve. 3 times 1 would be -3 plus 3 times 2 would be 6y plus 2y is equal to 13. So 6y plus 2y is equal to 8y is equal to 13. This minus 3, we take it over to become plus 3. So 8y is equal to 16. Hence y will be equal to, the 8 is multiplying the y, take it over, divide. So 16 divided by 2, by 8. Y is equal to, trying to give you the answer, y is equal to 2. That is the value for y. So if y is equal to 2, we got to find the corresponding x value. So if y is equal to 2, we can substitute this y being equal to 2 in either equation 1, 2, or 3. The really and truly doesn't matter. It really and truly doesn't matter. So we can use equation 3 since that's the easiest one. So you can say x is equal to -1 plus 2. Instead of y, we'll have 2. X will be equal to -1 plus 4. X will be equal to 3. So x is equal to 3, y is equal to 2. Those are our answers here. Sorry, thank you, student. This one, Kamisha, drop in and come back when there's no when Kamisha active. When Kamisha active, she's be in the chat. When she's not active, when she's not there, she off. So Kamisha, you did treat to Kamisha. Eating over maths? Wow. So eating over maths, wow. Wow, 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 wow. 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 Wow, 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 wow. All right, let me do elimination. So you can use the elimination method as well, right? So we have 3x plus 2y is equal to 13. X minus 2y is equal to -1. So elimination, which one you want to eliminate? X or y? Let's eliminate the x. So we can multiply the top here by the coefficient of x, which is 1. Then we multiply the bottom here by the coefficient of the top x, which is 3. So everything you multiply by 1, you get the same answer, which is 3x plus 2y is equal to 13. Multiply everything by 3. So x times 3 would give us 3x. -2 times 3 would give us a -6y. And -1 times 3 would give us a -3. So in order for us to get rid of the x, the 3x, we can subtract. So we got to subtract all the like terms. So we can say 3x subtracts 3x, and put back the plus 2y, and then we subtract the -6y, and this will be equal to 13, subtract the -3. So 3x subtract 3x will give us 0. 2y subtract -6y would give us, this will be the same as 2y plus 6y will give us 8y is equal to 13. This will be a plus as well. 13 plus 16 would be 30 plus 3 would be 16. Hence, y is equal to 16 divided by 8. Y is equal to 2. So you see, we're heading towards the same answer, eh? We're heading towards the same answer. So we can say we'll substitute y equal to in, let's use equation 1. Equation 1, this will be 3 times x plus 2 times 2 is equal to 13. So 3x, 2 2's 4 is equal to 13. We solve x, this will be 3x is equal to 13. We carry over the 4. It will subtract. So you have 3x is equal to 13, subtract 4 is 9. X is therefore equal to 9 divided by 3. X is equal to 3. So we got the two answers regardless of the method. Regardless of the method that we use, right? Somebody say hi, sir. Source, let us be free. Now you can. I think there's a. I'm not sure if I hack your phone. If I hack your phone and you can't leave this the YouTube link. They- But of course, if you sit in exam, you want to learn as much as you can. You'll stay. Somebody say, hi, sir. I'm new here. When are you going back live with your amazing students? The amazing students had lesson. They had POA lesson. They had I don't know. Amazing students, they're busy. They ain't got time with the math store anymore. Bro, this thing. Are we looking YouTube? Are we looking YouTube? Or Daniel was hurt. Daniel, hey Daniel, yeah, tell Daniel he join the let him join the thing and join the class link and they come on. Right? So let's go. Factorize completely. Factorize completely. We got x squared minus 16. We want to factorize this for 1 mark. You want to factorize this for 1 mark. This is nice and easy. Nice and easy. I see some people are already dropping the answer in the chat. So the whole purpose of factorizing, let me just decide a bit. The whole aim of factorizing shouldn't say purpose. The whole aim is to express your answers as, two factors multiplying each other. Your answer for factorizing should always be two things multiplying each other. Right? That should be the aim. Some people, when they factorize, they go and they will ask the madness. But factorizing has the word factor inside. So your answer should be, factors. So this is a difference of two squares. So we have x squared 16. So we know to factorize this. We just open two brackets. You ask yourself, what can we multiply to give you the x squared? We know we can multiply x. Then we ask yourself, what can we multiply to give us 16? We can multiply 4 by 4 to get 16. So x plus 4 and x minus 4. That will be the answer for 1 mark. If you have one, let me see. Let me send a message. Yeah, who want join? For my students, if you have one join, click on the link and join. The class link and join. Right, let Allen and come alive. So that was that. And the next one for 2 marks, 2x² minus 3x plus 8x minus 12. So we pair off. When you have 4 terms, you pair off and you factorize each bracket. So you see the first bracket, we see there's no number in common. We have x in common. Sorry, would you get it wrong if you left out the plus? No, one gotta be plus and one gotta be add, right? It doesn't matter if you put the minus here and you put the plus here, it doesn't matter, but one has to be plus and one has to be minus. So we can factor out the x from the first bracket. You factor the x from here, we're left with 2x. You factor the x from here, you're left with minus 3. And you put the plus, and we go to the second bracket. We see 8 and 12. 8 and 12, we see 4 is common. We don't see any other variables, so we factor the 4 from the first bracket, we're left with 2x. Factor the 4 from the last bracket, we're left with minus 3. Hence, the two brackets are the same. So we know we're going correct, so we can put what is outside in a bracket. So x plus 4 in one bracket and 2x minus 3 in the other bracket. All right, see some people got it correct. Nice, nice, nice. I think what the persons on TikTok very consistent though with the number. YouTube, how we looking? How we looking YouTube? Just how we crossing the 4 hour mark. Anybody from since the beginning? Let me see if I recognize anybody's names that went here since the beginning. I know diplomats is here. Yeah, yeah, yeah. All right, tell me. Mohammed coming in. Did I let Mohammed in? Mohammed is coming up with a camera, right? Good. So we have Mohammed on the live. Yeah, Mohammed, say something to the people. You're gonna be live on YouTube. I didn't think about you on TikTok. All right.
Hi guys.
Yeah, how Mohammed pop up. All right, you're gonna pop up and talk. Anyway, so let's continue. So we have to factorize this. So we know AC method. We all know and love the AC method. We all know and love. Mohammed, you want to explain this one, Mohammed? Or putting you on the spot?
They put me on the spot.
All right, let me not put you on the spot. So we got to factorize this using the AC method. So we know this is a quadratic. It's in the general form. So we first, when you got to factorize using the AC method, you got to identify what is A, what is B. Christian is the same link, same class link, right? A, B, and C. So A is 1, B is -5, and C is 4. Right? So AC would be 1 times 4, which will give us 4. We want two numbers. When we multiply, we get this 4, and when we add it, we should get the B, which is -5. And this is the problem that many students get, eh? So what two numbers we got in mind? So we see answers are negative. So and the thing that we want is a positive. So we can try -1 times -4, which will give us a +4. A -1 plus a -4 would give us a -5. All right? So this is what we substitute in for B. So you'll have x squared minus, instead of 1x, we can just say minus x. And instead of plus -4x, we can just say minus 4x. And then we put back the plus 4. All right, this is what we put in inside. This here is the same thing as that. So we pair off and factorize just like we did just now. So we factor the x first, then we're left with x minus 1. Then you factor the minus sign first, and then we have 4 here and 4 here. So you factor out the -4, and you're left with x, and factor out -4 from here. You're left with a -1. So our two brackets have to be the same. If our two brackets are not the same, we did something wrong, eh? We did something wrong. So we just pair off, we put what is outside in the bracket. So we'll have x minus 4 in one bracket and x minus 1 in the other. And we in the clear there for 2 marks, I think. How long the life started? I think we are about to hit the 4-hour mark. So this is the most popular way to factorize a quadratic, right? This is the most, sorry, let's just say the most popular way to factorize a quadratic. But this is the most popular thing in factorization, right? Students love this. So if you're not sure with this, you gotta do some brushing up, eh? All right, so let's carry on. So yeah, there's another way to factorize if you notice we're in the algebra section. Christian, say hi to the folks.
Hi guys.
All right. So this here is a nice, easy way to factorize. So we got two terms, and this here we just got to use the distributive law method. We just got to see what is the highest common factor in both of the terms. So we see we got a squared here, we got a, so we can factor out the a. Then we have b here, and we have b, so we can factor out the b. So we factor out a, b from here. One of the a will go, the b will go, so we're left with a. And factor out a, b from here, you're left with plus 2. This is the answer for 1 mark. Hell, my device heating up. That means the maths is working. If your device heating up, that means the maths is working. Nice, nice. So, Nisa, you gotta check, you got B there still, right? So you gotta pull out that B, right? Now as you see, we simmering down with some easy examples, right? We simmering down. I hope this is easy for everybody. I hope. Right, I hope. So mine is cold as ice right now. That means the math's not hard. That's joke. It means you got a good device. It means you got an iPhone. Right? If your device not heating up, it means you got the best phone in the world, which is iPhone, iOS. The Android's gonna heat up. The Androids can't handle the maths. So let's go. Simplify the expression. So you have 7p to the 5th power. Like a trigger some people by. Ah, all right. I'm just rage baiting, right? Rage baiting. I don't fall into the trap. Don't fall into the trap at all. So you have 7p to the fifth power q to the third times 2p squared q. So with these things, I would always tell my students, grade 10, the younger ones I teach, and also the fifth formers and the older folks. When you're multiplying and algebraic terms, you start off with the signs, and then you multiply coefficients, or you can say the numbers, and then you multiply the variables. These are the steps you want to follow, all right, to make it easier. So you do 7 times 2. Well, we got positive times a positive, that would be a positive. So 7 times 2 is 14. We done the signs, we done the numbers, and you go to variables. So we got p to the fifth times p to the second. It simply give us p to the seventh. And q to the third times q. This is like q to the fourth. This will give us q to the fourth. And that is the answer there. How are we looking, chat? How are we looking? Lance, well, I didn't ask. YouTube, how are we? We still beating the spots? I see some people going on. Any comments? All right, how are we looking, YouTube? Somebody said they're hungry. So we're about to cross the 4-hour mark. So let's do this one again, simplify. So signs are the same, it doesn't matter. Numbers, you don't have any numbers, so we multiply the variables. So we do p to the third times p. This is like p to the third times p to the second. Laws of indices, you put back the base and you add the powers. So p to the third times p to the fourth would be p to the fourth. And then q to the second times q to the fifth. Q to the second times q to the fifth would give us q to the seventh. All right, so p to the fourth, q to the seventh. So we got Kamisha say hi. Kamisha unmute and say hi.
Hi, everybody.
And I'm sure I'll up on the screen just now, no worries. So we can't, somebody said they low-key forgot about this. You can't forget about the easy things, right? We tend to focus on the hard things in mathematics alone, things that we don't understand. And we forget the things that we need to understand as well. Right? The whole paper would not be on vectors, say circle theorem, matrices, and so on. We still got algebra, we still got fractions in the early part, we still got measurement and so forth. All right. Now let me touch on some transformation geometry. So when we do paper one, we do paper one when paper two is done. When paper two is done, I'll promise you every night I shouldn't say every night, almost every night I'll come and do a paper one, right? A short paper one live. So let's focus on the one that is in front of us. So let's go. The diagram below shows triangles A, B, and D. The line Y is equal to X is shown. So describe fully the single transformation that maps triangle A onto triangle D. Triangle A onto triangle D. So let me zoom up. We want to know what maps this onto this. What transformation is that, chat? All right, I see spangs. All right. Somebody said, I hope this thing come. This will come. This will come, right? This will come. Can't say hope this thing come. This will come. Sorry, could buy a brain for the exam. Anyway, so this is a translation. Right? It's a translation. You know, there are four main types of, four types of transformation that we do in CSEC. We got translation, we got rotation, we got enlargement, and we got reflection. right? Depending on which one, that is how you describe them. So for translation, we need the translation vector. So to get the translation vector, we can just choose any point, any two corresponding point, and get the translation vector. So we gotta count how many times you move across on the x-axis. So we see we jump across 1, 2, 3 times. So the translation vector is 3. And then we jump up 1, 2, 3, 4. So 3, 4 is the translation vector. So that's the important thing for translation. And in order to describe this now, we can say, so I write it at the bottom here, triangle A undergoes a translation of, what's the translation vector we found? 3, 4. 3, 4 onto triangle D. All you need to do is include, it's a translation and a translation vector for 3 marks. I don't know if CXC will be so kind now to give you 3 marks or something like this, but yeah, most likely go for like 1 or 2 marks now, right? So we have Daniel in the chat. Daniel now Daniel.
Hello, sir.
Do you
Sorry, can
have,
you hear me?
yeah, we hear you, Daniel. Daniel, your
Okay.
camera.
Oh, I did on my phone. You see, the thing is now, right, sir? I go in and join, right? But then I left a little bit early because I had to go do something. And then everybody decided, they could forget about me. So I come a little late because Sammy decided to notify me.
Okay.
Everybody forget about me.
Yeah. Anyways. Okay, Daniel. You think that nobody else in this world, right? Nobody else in the world that likes lives more than Daniel, right? Daniel is bored of Ghana. Oh, shucks. So they give you a Facebook live favor. Not Facebook, a YouTube
Oh,
live favor.
no. My birthday is tomorrow morning. My
Yeah.
computer updating, so I just now come back.
All right.
Yeah.
Anyway, good. So let's push on. So the next one we want is triangle B. We want to describe triangle A, the transformation of triangle A onto triangle B. So we got A onto B now. What does it look like, chat? A onto B. A onto B. It's definitely not a translation. It's definitely not an enlargement. So it's either between rotation and reflection. All right, I see some people don't drop it in the chat. Hello, Daniel. Daniel board is not tomorrow. So we see it's a rotation, right? It's a rotation. And the important things that we need when we want to describe a rotation, we need one, the center of rotation. And most times the center of rotation happens around about the origin, most times, not all the time. So we need the center of rotation. We need the direction, which will be clockwise or anti-clockwise. And then we need the number of degrees that it rotated. So we see the center of rotation is right here. So we draw a line from, let's choose 2 corresponding points. We draw a line to the center of rotation and to here. And we see the shape rotated. It's you don't need to measure this. You can see that that's 90 degrees. All right, so we see that's 90 degrees. And is it clockwise or anti-clockwise? How does the clock go? Clockwise, right? It goes just like how the clock goes around. Right? If you're watching, you might see this in reverse. So you're seeing me going in the other direction. So don't worry. I'm going in the clockwise direction. So it's clockwise. It's clockwise, it's 90 degrees. It's about the origin, right? Anything else you missing? Any other important ingredient? All right, I think that is it, right? So let's describe it now. Triangle A undergoes a, a 90 degrees clockwise rotation about the origin onto triangle B. Nice and easy for another 3 marks again. Then the last one, B. State the coordinates of the vortices of triangle C, the image of A after reflection in the line y equal x. Say the coordinates of triangle V, the image of A. So the image of A. So let me just erase this. The image of A. So this triangle here is reflected over the line y equal x. So we gotta find let's find each coordinate. So we see this first coordinate here is so let me just get rid of this. So this first coordinate is, so we got 2, 1. All right. The second coordinate we see is 5, 1. And the last coordinate we see is 5, 3. So we see in all three of these coordinates here are reflected in the line y equal x. So they are reflected in the line y equal x. So when a coordinate is reflected in the line y equal x, a simple way to get the answer, is you just switch the coordinates. So when this first one is reflected, 2, 1 is reflected over the line y equal x, this answer here will simply be 1, 2. When 5, 1 is reflected over the line y equal x, this is simply 5, 1. When 5, 3 is reflected over the line y equal x, this is simply 3, 5. So hence those are the coordinates. Those will be the coordinates and those will be your answer for this question. Let me copy it. For 4 marks. All right, so we can say B, coordinates will be 1, 2, 5, 1, and 3, 5. So they ask us to state the coordinates. How are you looking at that?
Very reaching for our mark.
Oh, so we've just reached the 4-hour mark on the live. Wow. An hour went by since we just reached the third hour. Wow. Wow, 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 wow. Wow, wow, wow. And I don't think anybody was here since the beginning, man. Was anybody here since the beginning? Let me see. Drop it in the chat if you were here since the beginning. I don't think so,
I
man.
was.
I know Mohammed was here.
I was here from 2 4.
Okay, Kovisha. Let me see. I see TikTok people saying, yeah, wow, a lot of people from TikTok, man. Oh, wow. Wow. Recheck the middle one. Oh, let me recheck the middle one indeed. So let me see. Oh, yeah, yeah, yeah. So this should be 1, 5, right? 1, 5, not so we gotta switch it, right? So this will be 1, 5. 1, 5, eh? So you gotta switch it. 1, 5. Yeah. Thank you, that person that sent it. Nice. So let's carry on. We're pushing on. Let's see who will stay on until the fifth. I don't know if he reach the fifth because Kumisha, Samia, and Christian and Daniel are losing steam, right? I can go all the time, but they're losing steam.
Wait,
Let's see.
who losing steam?
Oh yeah, Daniel now join. Daniel now join. So see
Hello,
Christian.
wait. Not me. I got the half another 3 out of them. Another 3 or 4 out of them.
So are you doing part two of this stream? We have one part. This is one movie. This is one movie. We might do a part two, but we got a couple other lives before, right? This is the big one, the major one, the ultimate one. So let's do another one now. So that one was rotation, translation, and reflection. Let's see an enlargement now. We want to touch on all four of the transformation. So we gotta recharge with some food. Eat the food and come back. You might miss a critical piece though. So let's go. The graph below shows triangle LMN and its image PQR after an enlargement. So locate the center of enlargement showing your method clearly. So enlargement is one of the easiest things to locate the center of enlargement for, well, the center for. All you need to do is draw a line straight through corresponding points. For example, these two points are corresponding. So we just draw a line straight through them. Let me see, hopefully this line will be straight. But nah, it's not straight at all. All right, let me get a ruler. All right, let me try again. All right. Nah. As I'm trying to get this line straight through, right? All right, let me try again. Good. Yeah, finally. And then you draw another one. All I need is two. Draw another one straight through there. And you can also kind of see where the intersection will be. At the intersection will be the center of enlargement. All right, let me do this one here. Good. Yeah, at the intersection will be the center of enlargement, right? So at the intersection will be the center of enlargement. So when we look at that, we see the intersection here would be, the center of enlargement would be 1 up 5, 1, 5. 1, 5 would be the center of enlargement. All right, 1, 5. So to get the center of enlargement, you just use the ruler and your pen. I don't have a ruler and pen. I should have my ruler. All right, close by. You just use the ruler and pen, draw it straight through two corresponding points. At the intersection will be the center of enlargement. All right, let's do more than one. If you draw straight through here as well, you see it will intersect right there too, right? So that is the center of enlargement. 1, 5. We showed our method. Next one, state the scale factor. So to get the scale factor, we know this is the image, this is the image, this is the object. So to get the scale factor, we just choose any corresponding sides. So for example, we got this side here is corresponding with this side at the bottom. So we know this side here, RQ would be 1, 2, 3, 4 units over NM, which is 1, 2 units. So this would be 4 divided by 2, which will give us a scale factor of 2. scale factor of 2, right? All right, so some people cooking in the chat. We beating the maths. We beating the maths. So that is that. Next one, we want determine the value of the area of PQR divided by the area of LMN. So we got to find the area of PQR. So let me find the area right here. We know the area of a triangle is half base times the height. So we see the base will simply be 4. And the height would be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. The height would be 6. So the area would be half multiplied by the base, which is 4, multiplied by the height, which is 6. Half of 4 is 2. 2 sixes, 12. So that's the area for the big triangle. And the area for the small triangle will be half multiplied by the base for the small triangle is 1, 2, 2. Multiplied by the height, which is 1, 2, 3. So it will be half times half of 2 is 1. 1 times 3 is 3. So hence, the area of PQR divided by the area of LMN will be 12 divided by 3, which will give us 4. So this is equal to 4. All right, see some people cooking in the chat. Somebody said grade 3 is 70%, grade 2 is 80%, grade 1 is, that is absolutely false, 100% false. That is as false as they can get, right? Grade 3 is not 70%. Absolutely false, right? I don't know. I saw that from a random person on TikTok, and I'm assuming that's what everybody's wrong with. Now, please check your source. Check your source. Check your source, right? Somebody said grade 1 is 90%. Hey, where did you get that from? What's your source? Trust me. Trust me, bro. Is that the source? Trust me, bro. Well, that is false, right, folks? That is false. Absolutely false, right? Why y'all don't mislead people, right? Don't mislead. A grade 1 is a grade 3 is not 70%. If a grade 2 is 70%, the pass rate for the Caribbean wouldn't be where the pass rate would be in the single digits, right? The pass rate would be in the single digits. So draw and label triangle ABC with coordinates -4, 4. So let me just erase this here. So -4, 4. So -4 and 4. -1, 4. -1, 2 here. So that is that triangle. So draw and label that. ABC, so A is -4, 4, A, B, C. So they want us, and that is 2 marks, just by drawing and labeling that, right? Describe fully the transformation that maps LMN onto ABC, LMN. So let me just erase some of these things, right? So LMN. So you want to know what maps this onto this. And what does this look like? All right. It's a rotation, right? It looks like a rotation. So let's find a corresponding side. So I think M and B are corresponding, I think. And N and C are corresponding. So the thing is to get the center of rotation, you would normally, draw a line here, you bisect it, you bisect the line, and the line will come like that. you bisect the line, and then you choose another point, for example, M and B. You bisect that, and that will give you there, and you'll get the center of rotation, right? Well, we can look at this and see the center of rotation is the origin. So let's choose two corresponding points, these 2 points here. So if I draw a line to the center and I draw up here, what angle does that look like? It obviously looks like a 90-degree rotation, right? 90 degrees. So it's 90 degrees and we're going in that direction. That is opposite how the clock would normally go. That is opposite how the clock would normally go. So we know that is 90 degrees anti-clockwise. So we know it's about the origin, 90 degrees, and anti-clockwise. So those are the key things. So you've described that now fully. So let me put that in some words. We can say LMN undergoes a rotation of 90 degrees anti-clockwise about the origin onto ABC. You don't need to put it in these exact words. You just got to make sure you have, it's a rotation, 90 degrees anti-clockwise. Origin, some people can say 0, 0 instead of origin onto that. Right. We cooking. We beat any maths. So we going down. We wrapping up. We wrapping up. I just hope I remember everything. It's a long life, boy. It's the longest life I've ever done. Right?
It go longer, very longer.
Anyways, we wrapping up. We wrapping up. We wrapping up, folks. Remember, I said this is an ultimate life. Ultimate. Right? So there we go. So let's cool things down with some easy things, man. Let me cool down a bit. Right? When is he live again? You beat any maths. You beat any maths. This person with him number 1 XP. Big up yourself. Kiana Lips. Kiana Lips. That is that is a YouTube name. Yeah, we beat any maths. When is the extreme life? Misha, how more extreme than this? So the diagram below not drawn to scale shows a hollow cylinder with height 8 cm and diameter 12 cm. Calculate for the cylinder the radius. So if obviously the diameter is 12, the radius will obviously be 6 cm, right? Nice and easy 1 mark to cool down. Next one, the circumference of the cross section. The circumference of the cross section. So the cross section is this circle. So they basically ask you to calculate the circumference of the circle. So we know the circumference of the circle is equal to 2 pi r or pi d. So we can say circumference is equal to 2 times pi. The total to use pi as 3.14 times the radius, which we found to be 6 cm. So circumference is equal to, in punching all this in our calculator, we get 2 times 3.14 times 6, we get 37.68 cm. Sorry, looking a bit too tired there. Lino? Come on, Lino. We now start, but we now start. We 4 hours into it and we now start. We just start. Yeah, so we were on live since 1 o'clock and now it's 5:21. No, that is amazing, right? On a serious note, for the people them that literally stayed from since 1 to 5:21, that is amazing, honestly, right? So yeah, give yourself a round of applause for that in the chat, right? Everybody that went the majority of the time, give yourself a round of applause. That is absolutely amazing, right? I'm not even joking, right? That is amazing, right? That is dedication to another level. Don't big up yourself. Absolutely. And that kind of dedication alone, I can guarantee you, that is not easy to do, right? You're gonna reap the results. I can guarantee you that. That shows that everybody you're disciplined enough, you're focused enough, and yeah, absolutely brilliant. So we found the circumference to be 37.68 cm. Next, they want us to calculate. So the circumference, right, is like when you cut this thing here and you roll it out. Anyways, that will answer the next question. It says the rectangle shown below, not drawn to scale, represents the net of the curved surface of the cylinder. So when we cut this thing here and roll it out, yeah, when we cut this here and roll it out, we got A and we got B. So the first question asks us to determine the values of A and B. So imagine we cut this cylinder, we roll it out. And when you tell me what's the value of A and what's the value of B, I can tell you how we found it. We know both of them. We don't have to calculate anything. Let me see. Who tell me what is A and what is B? Y'all tell me which one is which, right? So B is 8. B is 8. All right. That is a giveaway. So B is 8 cm. Now what is 8? What is A? So my A is 12. Nah, man. Remember, it's like you got this. Imagine you got a circle, right? And you cut this circle and you open up the circle. It will look like this. So think about that and then tell me what is A. Eh, Good, I see now. Daniel.
So now you see in this mathematical life, right? I gotta
Mhm,
redeem myself because I come late, right? But see in this life, right? You gotta
mhm.
know for visualize, right? This is your cylinder, right? You spread it open. The top part is the circumference. So A will be equal to the circumference. Understand? So yeah, watch. You got this cylinder like this, right? Circumference is this top party. So now when you spread it open, circumference toward this party. Understand?
Okay, Daniel. Daniel, I
You
think
sure you
TikTok can't
understand?
see you. YouTube could see you, right?
YouTube.
But yeah, Daniel was spot on. I don't know why people focusing on the spread open. Come on, folks. Y'all are teenagers. I don't know when any of mine. Yeah, focus, hold on, focus. So A would be 37.68 cm. Yeah, hold on, focus, hold on, focus, hold on, focus. Pause. So calculate the area of the curved surface, area of the cylinder. So people would go and do all sort of magic, But all they ask me to for calculate the area of this shape, which is a rectangle. All right, and a rectangle is, length times width. So the area would simply be length times width. The length we found to be 37.68 cm times the width, which is 8 cm. And you use your beautiful tool and you'll get your answer. We should get 301.44 cm squared. And we got the last one. And that dance is, I don't know what's that dance. I get the correct answer. So last one, if for 4 marks, if 0.5 liters of water is poured into into the cylinder, calculate to 1 decimal place the height of the water in the cylinder. And this is where the application comes in, and this is where we see who really understand this maths and who bluffing this thing. I'm just joking. But this is where, the problem comes in, eh? So they say 0.5 liters of water is poured into the cylinder. So we got a cylinder, we pour 0.5 liters of water. So the thing is, there's a direct, so when you think about volume can be expressed in two ways. I want you to remember that. Volume can be expressed as the amount of space a solid shape will take up, and also volume can be expressed as the amount of the capacity, the amount of liquid that can fit in this solid shape. All right, so whenever you have liquid, you can convert that liquid to mean in volume. So for example, if 0.5 liters is poured into this thing, this is telling us a certain volume of water is poured into this thing. So all we gotta do is convert this 0.5 liters to what they giving us in cm. So we gotta convert this 0.5 liters to cm cube to give us the volume that is that the 0.5 liters will be equal to in terms of cm cube. So to convert from liters to cm cube, we multiply by 1,000. So 0.5 times 1,000 will give us 500. So then 0.5 liters is equal to 500 cm cube. So 0.5 liters is equal to 5,000 cm cube, which is the same as 5,000, in volume. So now that we have that, now we can find for the height of the water reach. So we know the formula to find volume is pi r squared times the height. So in this case, the volume of water will be how high the water is. So this will be 500 cm cube is equal to pi, which is 3.14 times the radius, which we found to be 6. So 6 cm times 6 cm times the height. And that is what we want to find. If I said 5,000, I meant 500, right? So now we just got to work out this and find for height. So when we work out everything here, we get 3.14 times 6 will give us 113.04 cm squared times the height is equal to 500 cm cube. So the height now will just be equal to, we take over this here. It's multiplying, take it over, divide. So we have 500 cm cube, all divided by 113.04 cm squared. This is equal to the height. So the height will be equal to, when you punch this in a calculator, 500 divided by 113.04. We'll get the height of they said they wanted to 1 decimal place of 4.4 cm. 4.4 cm, right? To 1 decimal place. That's what they wanted to. Yeah, stop in the chat discussing what is grade one, what is grade two, or range is grade one, or range is grade two. All subject is 70. I stop spreading false information, but all subjects is 70 to 100. That is false. Stop spreading things that y'all don't know about, man. And put I assume in front, right? If you want to make sense, put I assume. Don't say is. Say I assume, right? Or my opinion, right? Yeah. Don't worry about what. Let's go and do your best in the exam, and then leave the rest to the markers. Do your best and leave the rest. Are we looking Christian, Mohammed, and Daniel, and Kumisha?
Looking at all the grade ones.
I like it good.
Anyways, let me ask YouTube. TikTok and YouTube, I want us to continue. I want to stop here. We did a lot. We covered almost everything.
Please
I'm not
continue.
tired. My students are tired. They just sent me a message on WhatsApp saying, so are we tired? So
Sir, which students are
Lies.
which students? Which students?
I would also like
students
to
in my
know that.
class. Students in my class. Let me see you again in the chat. I'll never know the question that I got at the bottom here could be something that you see in your exam and you'll be like, oh, I saw this, I saw something similar to this on YouTube. So yeah, think about that. Think about that, right? The question below here. You never know. So and anyways, let's think. Let's see. We will call it up. We'll call it just now. Let me see what else I got here. We actually have a couple more questions. Let's a couple more. Here, we didn't do this here. This is the last question for the afternoon. Last question for the afternoon. And on the graph paper. Hold on, give us a graph paper. All right, Daniel, you want to work it? So Daniel take your hand down and we'll give Daniel the chance to work this last one. All right?
Hey.
So read the question, Daniel,
Okay.
and go ahead.
I was going to say, right, that afternoon and night is two different things, right? So we could start back at night, right? But let me do the question here. This is walk two. Question number 4. Wait, then important. The table below is designed to show the values of x and y for the function y is equal to x to the second power subtract quadratic function for integer values of x from -2 to 4. We get this fancy table. And we get this function, right? Say mathematics, when you get two variables and it's set up like this, substitute them into the equation, right, sir? So,
Mm.
first of all, we got we x value. We x value is -1. So we can rewrite this entire quadratic here, but where we see x, we can write back -1. Understand the assignment? Good. Yeah. So y is equal to -1 to the second power, which would be 1 because 1 times, but yeah, you can do that, yeah. Subtract 2 times 1. You can just put 2 because, 2 times 1 is itself.
Miss -1, right?
Oh, yes, yes, yes. Subtract 3.
-2. Mm.
So now, -2, wait, -1 to the second power. To the second power means we multiply it by itself, right? So -1 times -1 is 1. Because 1 times 1 is 1, negative, and negative cancels out, right? So we got 1. So then we do this thing here. Now, don't be like me, please, and do these things out your head. please use calculator. Good. So 2 times negative 2 times negative 1 is 2. It'll be positive 2, plus 2. Plus 2, sorry. Plus 2. Thank you very much. Subtract 3.
Trying to
So
hold
now,
on, Daniel.
yeah,
I'm trying to bring you on. Let me see if I could bring you on the screen. Yeah, hold on. Bring you on TikTok. Let me see if I could bring you on TikTok. Float in Zoom. I'll bring you on. Yeah, I'll throw you all on. Right, let me put you all in the car. Yeah. Go ahead. Yeah, Daniel, do your thing.
or put commission face flat on the screen. Anyways, yes. So now we got 1 plus 2, right? We could put that as 3. So we got y is equal to 3 subtract 3. So
All
now,
right, which is
oh,
0, right?
yeah, 0. Good. So now we get the value for them. Do the exact same thing for 3. Because we got just substitute into the equation, yes.
So
So
y'all
y,
excuse hold on, y'all excuse Daniel, right? Daniel, this energy that y'all see Daniel pushing out right now, he had it built up for weeks and months. And now that he get the chance to come back alive since then, it's like if you got a pipe and the hose squeeze and the water just starts spray up. Right? So excuse Daniel. He's excited. And who
don't,
wouldn't be excited when you work in maths, eh? Yeah, Daniel, my bad. Sorry.
don't excuse me. No, no, no. Anyways, yes. So we gotta do the exact same thing, but with x being 3. So y is equal to 3 to the second power. Subtract 2 times 3. Yes. Subtract 3. So we know 3 times 3 is 9. So it'll be 9. Great. Yes. 236, negative 6. Yeah, because the negative going multiply negative by a value. Yeah, good. So now 9 subtract 6. 3. Yeah, let me do it with my fingers. Yes. 3. Yes, 3. Good. The 3 subtract 3 is 0 once again. Good. Don't frighten for use your fingers in this exam, Good. So we complete here. We get 2 marks there, right? So now it says, on the graph on page 3, plot the graph with a scale using 2 cm to represent 1 unit on the x-axis and 1 cm. Sorry, want to plot the graph?
Read it, then we can plot it.
Okay. Plot the graph of the quadratic function using the scale of 2 cm to represent 1 unit on the x-axis and 1 cm to represent 1 unit on the y-axis. I need to take a picture of this because I will forget when we move to this graph.
We can
Very
scroll up. So let me draw anything quick. So first of all, we see what's the longest on X. So we got from 2 to 4. All right, and one two unit on it. All right, so we got from -2 to 4. So we can draw it. Let me see. To do. So we can draw it down like here. I mean like the one. So you can draw it down. I think bending so by. Well, I remember the graph isn't straight. All right, we can wire it though. Then we got from 5 to 5. So we can go right in the middle, man. All right, we can wire this. So this X is X, this is Y. So what we got to do now is plot the points. Go ahead, let me plot it for you, Daniel. So we got to put anything. So they said 2 units represent 1 unit on the x-axis. So every 2 is 1. So here would be 1, here would be 2, here would be 3, here would be 4, here would be 5, here would be -1, here would be -2, right? And it told us 1 cm to represent 1 unit for the y-axis. So every one we can skip, it's gonna be 1 unit. So this is gonna be 1, this is gonna be 2, It's going to be 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. It's going to be -1, -2, -3, -4, -5. All right, -6. So I can just plot. So we just got to plot, right? So I plot and then I know back to Daniel. So we just got to plot each point. So the first point you're plotting is 2, 5. 2 across, -2 across, 5 up. So you go -2 and 5, that will be like here. And then the next one we go -1, 0. -1 across, 0 up, that will be like right here. And then we go 0, 3. So you go 0 across, -3 down. That'll be like right here. And then we go 1 across, 4 up, 4 down. So 1, 4. That'll be there. And then we should start going up now. So 2 across, 3 down. 2, 3. And then we should go 3, 0. 3, 0 right here. And then last but not least, 4, 5. 4 across, 5 up. 4 across, 5 up. And then we just got to connect this to get a smooth curve. It's not a linear, it's a quadratic, right? It's not a linear at all. It's a quadratic function, a quadratic graph, right? So we connect and get the beautiful thing. So we go boop, and then 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 we go boop. Ooh, this is one of the best score I've ever seen. Ooh, perfect drawing, boy. Nice. Kudos. So all we need to do, a secret, folks. When you want to graph anything, just get the coordinates. Just substitute any random points to get the coordinates, right? Yeah, Daniel, over to you.
Okay. All the energy expended, right? So we could go at a understandable pace now. D. Complete the following sentences from the information on the graph. The values of x for which quadratic function equal to 0. Now, if we look back at the original quadratic function that we had at the top, right? It says y is equal to x, right? So this statement basically asking, right? When you look at the graph, right? What values of x there on the graph at the point where y is 0, right? Which points touching the x-axis? Because we know at the point on the x-axis, y is 0, right? So that's what it says. Which points of x touching the x-axis, basically, the horizontal axis. So we could go back to it. We can go back to the graph. Let me illustrate this properly. Good. So we know that the entire function equal to 0, right? So now we know because y is that equate y at the end there, right? So no y graph equal to 0, right? So that line that's our drawing, that's y equal to 0, right? So at which points does this curve, this very smooth curve that's our draw here, touch this axis, right? So if we look, we could see it touch at the point x is -1. So that's one of the solutions. And 3 is also one of the solutions. So we know when the function is equal to 0, the values of x are -1 and 3 respectively. Yeah. Yeah, writing -1 and 3.
To pause, Daniel, another way you can get the answer, even if you don't want to use the graph, if you look at this table, you see when y is 0, x is -1. That is the first solution. And when y is 0 again, x is 3. That's the other solution. So all I need to do is get it from there as well. All right, nice and easy. Yeah, Daniel, minimum.
Life don't always fair, so we gotta do it long way. Yes. So the minimum value of the quadratic function. So when we look at this curve, right? We see this curve got a lowest part, right? A low part, right? And if we look at the scale, we see that the low part there, it's supposed to be at -4, but we scale the scale little abrogated.
It had
What
-4. Let me write back the -4. So it did right at
very
-4.
good. If we
-4.
so I got a question.
Mm-hmm.
If we do the CXC, they take away marks?
No, man. Wait, do what?
Write the scale wrong like that.
The
They
scale
take away
round?
marks.
What do you mean with scale
No,
round?
No, like how we skip one the small box them on accident because how the paper twist. They will take away with marks.
Oh, no, I wait that one. Oh no, no, no. Well, you got your ruler in the exam. You got your ruler and so on. So you shouldn't be
Yeah.
skipping. Draw a line down.
People, please check your rules because some of them rule them must be bent up. I got a rule that is a C. Supposed to be a something straight, but it's a C. So yes. We got the value -4. Good. No, it's not like some of them rule them is going bent up. Some of my colleagues
Yeah,
can
Daniel.
think
Yeah, Daniel. So
them
the
would rule
minimum
them up.
value is
-4.
-4. The lowest point in the graph, right? -4. So the minimum value is -4.
So now the equation of the line of symmetry of the graph. Now let me go back to the graph quick. I need to illustrate. So when we talk about lines of symmetry, right? A line of symmetry is basically one, it will say it could be several lines, right? But it's basically a line that's cut a shape into two even halves, right? So wait. Let me illustrate it. So we got this thing here, right? Line of symmetry will be down here because it's cut into two equal parts, right? I need to illustrate. So now we gotta look at this graph, right? And see where we could find this line, right? If we look at the point x is 1, right? X equal to 1, right? You could draw a line down from x equal to 1, so
Hold on, let me
is
deepen this thing. Let me make this thing bigger so you can see it. So, boop, 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 boop.
so the equation of the line of the axis of symmetry is basically just the x value. So what you write is here, right? X is equal to whatever that value is. In this case, x is equal to 1. So the equation of the axis of symmetry is x is equal to 1. Yay.
And we got clear there with our marks. We got clear with our marks here. So we had 4 hours and 44 minutes. And Daniel asked Daniel to end off the stream, right? 4 hours and 44 minutes. So we'll take the last 50 minutes if you have got any questions. If you have any questions in the chat, let me see. Let me see the questions chat. Let's talk a bit. We know if
I
we'll come
want,
back live. We don't know if we'll
uh,
come back live for the paper too.
I am offended. We need to go
Because
back live again.
no, for paper one, we go for paper one.
Yeah, we could do a little paper too, you know. You know what? When we did university, we could do a university mathematics, right?
Let me see. Somebody said hi, beef. Somebody said maths. Daniel is freaking maths. Maths with freaking Daniel. No, I don't swell up Daniel here too much. Daniel still gotta go and write this exam. Don't swell up here too much. I think I write the exam for them to earn this gift. Nice gift.
If you read in advance, man.
Let's see, nobody has any question. How do we get the minimum value? So the minimum value is the lowest part on the graph, right? The minimum value is the lowest point in the graph. If you look at this graph here, the minimum value is the lowest point in the graph is right here. So right on this graph, the lowest point. So the minimum part is -4. That is the lowest point that the graph will reach. So our CXC numbers pass very good. So I'll go back to the table. Anyways, folks, so I give us some feedback. How was the live? The ultimate live. How was the ultimate CSEC mathematics live? You think we're gonna beat this maths on next week? The ultimate CSEC mathematics live. How was it? All right. So if you want to revisit the live is on YouTube. Let's go sorry, I'm beaten YouTube. It's there, the whole live. So if you miss any part, if you had POA, if you had to eat, the live is on YouTube.
So,
Yeah.
I eat up to now.
You weren't thinking about your life.
No, I do other things. I need, I do nothing. In fact, I do nothing except study English. That's it. I do nothing. So when we
Yeah.
come back live, hmm?
Sir, excuse me, sir.
Yeah.
Why I feel you were targeting some people just now?
No, I just list some random things, I don't know. Anyways, so we'll stop here. We gap off the live. So we stop here, folks. Trust that the live was helpful. If you want, when NGSA marking, oh, man, no. Oh, me no know, man. Oh, I don't know. I don't know. So if you want, peep the live again, you zone out any part, I would advise go to YouTube, sorry, I'm meeting, and you're good to go. So until then, I'll see you the next time. Look out for us. Look out for that video on TikTok in which I will, tell us when again we're going live. I might pop up. Thing is, I pop up one time on TikTok, after class and do some short lives. So ensure you follow so that you can be notified when we live on TikTok. Right? So best of luck in all of your exams on starting from Monday. Good luck in mathematics, especially. Um, Good luck in mathematics, especially. Remember, take your time. You know, yeah, you survived a 5-hour life. You'll survive mathematics. All right, so take care. See y'all another time.